everyone. This is the July meeting of the Advisory Committee on Registered Nurse Education. We'd like to welcome everyone who's watching us and who's listening to us and encourage you to participate. I'm going to call the roll call of our members. We have a new group of individuals. We have 17 members this year. I am Leanne Wagner. I'm the chair of the committee currently, and I'm the Dean of Allied Health at Victoria College. So if you'll just let me know if you're here when I call your name. Betty Adams. Here. Patricia Allen.
Here.
Joan Becker.
Here.
Barbara Cordell.
Here.
Eileen Deegis Curl.
Here.
Veronica Jammer.
Here.
Judith Grappala.
Here.
Leonard Leos.
Here.
Beth Mancini is not with us today. Anna Mejia Dici.
Here.
Joy Pennicuff is here but stepped out of the room. She'll be back in a minute. Deborah Simmons is not here right now. She should be joining us by phone. Susie Sportsman.
Here.
Mary Beth Thomas.
Here.
Yvonne Van Dyke.
Here.
Esperanza Villanueva Joyce.
Here.
Chris Fowler.
Here.
Donna Carlin.
Here.
And Elizabeth Mayer stepped out of the room, but she is here also. So welcome to everyone. This meeting is being broadcast. Are there any members? Deborah, are you there yet? Deborah's not with us yet. Anyone else who's listening to us, if you'd identify yourself, we would appreciate it.
Okay, this is Debbie Yancey. I'm listening from Wharton.
We need for you to speak up a little bit louder so we can hear you.
Okay, it's Debbie Yancey from Wharton.
From Wharton. Okay. Is there anyone else
Kathy
there?
Doherty from UT Brownsville.
Marty from Brownsville?
Kathy Doherty.
Kathy Doherty from Brownsville. Okay.
Correct.
Anyone else?
From UT Houston,
Bonnie,
but I can
are you
hardly
there?
hear you,
Bonnie's
Leanne.
joined us for every meeting. Not yet. Okay. Well, just as a reminder, if you're using the call and participation, please make sure that you put your phone on hold. If you put your phone on hold, it will generate music, so please don't do that. Don't put us on hold. And then we'll be listening to music, and so that's a problem. So just keep us on mute if you need to, but don't put us on hold. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, our first order of business is to consider the summary notes from March 27th. That's a handout. Hopefully you've had a chance to look at that. I'll give you a few minutes. Some of the new members may not have. Did you receive that by email?
By email.
Okay. Okay. Do I have a motion to accept those summary minutes?
I so move.
Eileen Curl moves. Is there a second?
Second.
Joan Becker seconds it. As I call your name, if you agree, if you'll just say yes. Betty Adams.
Yes.
Patricia Allen.
Yes.
Joan Becker.
Yes.
Barbara Cordell.
Yes.
Eileen Deegis Curl.
Yes.
Veronica Jammer.
Yes.
Judith Grappala.
Yes.
Leonard Leos.
Yes.
Anna Mejia Dici.
Yes.
Joy Pennicuff.
Yes.
Deborah Simmons, are you there? Susie Sportsman.
Yes.
Mary Beth Thomas.
Yes.
Yvonne Van Dyke.
Yes.
Esperanza Villanueva Joyce.
Yes.
Okay, so the motion to accept passes and the summary notes are accepted. The next item of business is discussion of our committee leadership yesterday with some possible recommendations. Yesterday, all the subcommittee chairs, Chris Fowler, Elizabeth Mayer, and I met to discuss our past work, our future work, and maybe some organizational issues, and particularly some procedural issues. We looked at all the subcommittee original goals, reviewed those, looked at them in terms of closing the gaps and aligning them with the Texas Team Strategy, and came up with action plans for all of them. We also talked about working on the Common Curriculum Model. As most of you know, we spent a great deal of time last year, probably 6 to 9 months, working on the curriculum model that was submitted both for VN and RN education to the legislature. We have not received any feedback yet from the legislature regarding further work that we might do. We discussed that yesterday and still feel that this is a worthwhile effort, and talked about some different ways that we might participate in advising the coordinating board regarding further work on a curriculum model. One of the things we talked about was a possible task force to look at different ways that a common curriculum model might be able to increase capacity across the state. But before we do anything, we are really going to wait for further direction from the coordinating board leadership in regards to the exact approach that we're going to take on continuing work on that curriculum model. So I did want to mention that because I know that was of great interest across the state in terms of what that might mean for individual programs. And we talked about that in relationship to the revision of the DELCs, some of the other parallel activities that are going on. And for right now, we will wait for some direction from the coordinating board leadership in terms of how we would handle that. We talked about our committee meetings, and we talked about perhaps taking 2 of our subcommittees and focusing on 2 subcommittees at each meeting, so we would have a little more time to really go into a little more detail on the subcommittee work, because the subcommittees have been working very hard throughout the entire year, and when we try to cover in detail all 4 subcommittees, then we don't always have time to really be able to discuss all the issues that they bring to us. So we're taking a look at that. One of the other recommendations that we have is to review the protocols that we adopted last year at the beginning of this group. And the protocols that we adopted were: 1, to have a roll call vote for all motions; 2, members attending the meeting by phone could vote on motions over the phone; 3, proxy votes would not be allowed, and members must be either physically present or participating on the phone in order to vote; but 4, members could send a proxy or a substitute to attend the meeting and participate in the dialogue in their absence, but the proxy could not vote. So those were the 4 procedural items that we adopted last year. I would like to ask the group to consider changing number 1 from a roll call vote on all motions to a voice vote on all motions unless a member of the committee requests a roll call vote. I think that would make the meeting go a little faster. As you can tell by going through the adoption of the minutes, we have to call 17 names now. So I would entertain any discussion that y'all have about that.
Seems very logical.
Thank you, Eileen. I think it'll just make things go a little smoother. I think when we started, we thought we might have some controversial votes. I don't think we've really had anything that was terribly controversial. I think through our discussion, we've been able to come to consensus on all of the items that even have been, thoroughly discussed. So if y'all are comfortable in that, I would entertain a motion to change the first.
I so moved.
Okay, so Eileen moves to change our procedure on voting to a voice vote unless any one of the committee members asks for a roll call vote.
Second.
Okay. I am going to do a roll call vote for this because we actually don't have, so Barbara seconded. Okay, so if you agree with this, if you'll just answer yes. Betty Adams?
Yes.
Patricia Allen?
Yes.
Joan Becker?
Yes.
Barbara Cordell?
Yes.
Eileen Dejas Curl?
Yes.
Veronica Jammer?
Yes.
Judy Crapola?
Yes.
Leonard Leos?
Yes.
Beth Mancini? I expect her to dial in at any moment. Anna Mejia Dici?
Yes.
Joy Pennicuff?
Yes.
Deborah Simmons? Susie Sportsman?
Yes.
Mary Beth Thomas?
Yes.
Yvonne Van Dyke?
Yes.
Esperanza Villanueva Joyce?
Yes.
Okay, so that motion passes. So now, hopefully, we will just have a voice vote on all non-controversial matters. We passed out to new members our action plan for the subcommittees. Does everybody have a copy of that? Did everybody get a copy of that? We kind of realigned and adjusted those subcommittee goals and objectives, as I said, with the Texas Team Plan and with closing the gaps. So I think we also talked a little bit about how the subcommittees operation had kind of evolved. And one of the things that we thought would be helpful would be for subcommittees to work, and if they had any kind of document or information they felt needed to be distributed statewide, that information should come to the entire committee first before it was disseminated. And that doesn't mean we have to have a meeting, but the committee members need to be informed about that if that's going to take place. So the subcommittees report to the overall committee, and then the overall committee asks the subcommittees to do various objectives and tasks that need to be taken care of. So it's kind of up and down. And I think that wasn't really, well, we were still trying to figure out exactly how we were going to operate, so we really didn't have that defined well. But I think that will really provide maximum information to everyone on the committee and really good feedback to all the subcommittees in terms of what everybody else is doing, especially if somebody feels like we need to have some kind of information from people, because sometimes that's available from other venues. We often will tap Eileen and the Workforce Center to help us with a lot of data that she already has. And we might have a question for you a little bit later on, because Susie had a question. So does that sound reasonable? So the subcommittee actually will do their work, and then they will make a recommendation to the overall committee, and then the committee will discuss it, and then in our advisory capacity, we will make a recommendation eventually to the coordinating board. We would also like to have committee reports prepared a week in advance of the meeting, written, probably to your staff liaison, who then will make sure it gets to Elizabeth so that it can be sent out with the agenda. And it doesn't have, that doesn't mean that maybe there's something you're going to add later on, but at least something so that we have a good idea of what our discussion is going to be focused on from your subcommittee. So we would like to ask that also. We'll talk a little bit more about approved reports on the CB website when Elizabeth talks about her development of the website. Those are the things that we talked about. I don't know, since we changed our procedure, I don't know if there's anything else we need to vote on. I think that's just kind of an involvement of the committee and its workings. Okay, our next agenda item is coordinating board report.
I think we're going to
Start with Elizabeth.
She's item number 4 in your packet, and you were sent that prior to the meeting, and Elizabeth will elaborate.
Okay.
So the Excellence Subcommittee had discussed having a clearinghouse of information, to have a website that faculty, administrators, and students could go to. And this actually came at an interesting time because the coordinating board is also looking at the critical fields, and nursing is one of those critical fields, along with allied health and teaching and the STEM fields. So through this process, we're going to eventually, I think, develop a website where these individuals could go and get comprehensive information, including updated information on ACORN activities and ACORN, the subcommittee activities. And eventually, this website might actually serve as a template for the other critical fields. So in front of you, you should have a kind of an outline of what we're looking at, of how we should go about maybe putting it together. Somebody is actually currently working on putting it together at this point, but I'm anxious to get your feedback to find out what might be helpful for you all, not only maybe from the administrators or faculty point of view, but also from the student point of view. So I'll just run through this quickly. So the idea is to have the advisory committee information on there, including the members and the minutes, and have also a place for the subcommittee activities, including the list of members that you end up deciding on and the reports. Then we're also going to include some data, and this is just kind of a beginning rough sketch. So I think we're going to go ahead and put the graduation rates on there, and then any forms that we develop for the grants. We're also going to put on there, and grant opportunities, and the programs of distinction, which I think we may talk about later on, and list the best practices. And we're actually going to, I think, work with the Board of Nursing on a lot of this as well, because they have a lot of good information, as well as Eileen's group. And then for faculty and administrators, we have a long list of reports that I think would be helpful for people, and so if we have them centralized, I think they're more likely to maybe look at them. Yeah. As well as the Texas team strategy, which has been talked about a lot lately. Put that on there. And then the for students section is really still in development, and I would appreciate any insight you might have of what should be included on there. Right now we're just going to put basic information about nursing, and I'm going to try to find some information on financial aid to put on there. So maybe you could send them there. And then finally some other nursing links, which I think would be helpful. Like I said, the Texas Board of Nursing, the Texas Center for Nursing Workforce Studies, the Deans and Directors, and the Tavagni and Toden websites, and then finally just some national organizations, which I think you all go to regularly. So if you have any suggestions of what else might be helpful, please let me know. And I'm hoping and planning to keep this updated. I know some of the other websites are not updated very often, which I think is very frustrating when you go and you find that it was last updated in 2006. So if you all have any suggestions.
Yvonne does.
Yes.
No, I don't have a suggestion. I just want to understand the data that we have available for faculty administrators, that initial
that's combined, right?
Initial licensure is separate from graduation.
No, well, initial licensure graduation rates.
It's for initial licensure. Those are the only graduation rates that we calculate.
Is that what you're thinking?
Are you talking about board performance?
Now, the programs that provide initial
right.
licensure graduates,
Oh, okay.
that's what that means.
Okay.
As opposed to RN to BSN programs.
That's not included in the
That's not
calculation.
included.
Okay.
It's only people that are seeking licensure for the first.
Maybe initial license are program graduates.
Okay.
Okay.
Because
I see what you're saying.
Okay.
Are we talking about NCLEX or are we talking about program graduates? And we're talking about graduation rates of programs that prepare initial licensure
For
applicants.
graduation. Graduation.
Eddie?
You asked for a couple of suggestions.
Yes.
You are seeking suggestions for the student section, right?
I'm seeking suggestions
perhaps
for
we can-
anything, but
for anything.
specifically
All right.
the student
Okay.
section.
All right. I have a couple of suggestions for other nursing links. As part of the Southern Region, we do have the SECC, which is part of SREB, which is still the Last and Long Nursing organization, of which many of our schools are members, and we
Okay.
do participate. This body also generates data on workforce needs and many others. So I would suggest adding that. Also, this has been a burning question that I've had, and it probably came out of the previous work of ACORN. How best practices, how is that term defined in respective to this body?
Eileen, who is the chair of the Excellence Subcommittee, can speak to that.
Absolutely. We did not, we had a lot of discussion about excellence versus using that term or something else. We decided not to go with like centers of excellence because we felt that was too duplicative of what NLN has. So we are looking at programs of distinction would be the title, and the actual definition I can look up for you in our prior minutes that we came up with.
Yeah, I think that's very important, perhaps for at least exploring more in discussion, simply because the state is so vast and huge, and I know that we each have our respective expectations in the various communities, and sometimes that term is defined based upon the value that an educational unit provides for that specific area as well. Because these kinds of reports do end up in a conglomerate fashion. So I would appreciate,
Sure.
because I think programs of distinction also brings some other kinds of discussions. And, but
As part of our discussion yesterday, we, in our last phone conference call with the subcommittee, we are going to be looking at realigning those distinctions really with what is talking about. And so the main focus will be on graduation rates, retention rates, and we may look at something on collaboration.
And I think Eileen will address some of those other issues in her subcommittee report, because we did talk at length yesterday about that and what does a best practice mean. How do we know it's a best practice? Any other suggestions for Elizabeth?
And if you think of anything later, if you want to just email me, this is going to be an evolving kind of thing, so.
You know, I did have one a thought about as we regionalize. Our region has a website, but I don't know if you want to tie those links in, those regional links, or not, because it's run by our university, and so that there's always a problem when they're driven internally. Because text up or text down, whatever.
Okay.
So I don't know how you want to handle those regional websites, but they're always going to be hosted off of some university server.
Okay. I may talk to our tech person and see how that.
I think East Texas has a site too already.
Okay. Let me talk to them and see how that should work.
Grant runs out, the website might wind down, you never know.
Really? Okay.
Hard to predict.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, and I think Deans and Directors is on
Stevens.
SFA's website, and that was one of the ones that I looked at that had 2006 information on it. So we're just going to have to work through some of that and see, but I'll make a note of that.
And this may be a subcategory, Elizabeth, but perhaps the clinical placement sites that some of the regions have will be handy for folks as well.
Do you have a list of those?
And go ahead.
I was just thinking, is there anything from practice that might be helpful on the website?
Right. History could go to.
Elizabeth, I could give you the link to the National Forum of Nursing Workforce Centers,
Okay.
which then people can access all of the individual state nursing workforce centers that provide data both on nursing education and practice.
That would be great.
be great.
somebody else.
What about the National Council?
That's what
Right.
took the words out of my mouth.
Hello?
Sorry. They're having a big outreach now where they really want people, they'll
Hello?
sell this.
Hello, Deborah, is that you?
That's UTMB coming online. We had some difficulties.
Okay, well, we're glad you're here.
Thank you.
This is Mary Beth Thomas, and the National Council is now providing listservs that they'll send you. I sent an email out to all the deans and directors, so they really want to share their information.
Okay.
Okay, I'll be sure that's on.
Elizabeth, this is Susie Sportsman. What's the plan for publicizing that this website is available?
Haven't gotten that far.
Well, at least an email.
My plan is to get it up and running in a format that's presentable.
Yeah.
Which might take a little while, and then maybe at deans and directors, I'll send an email to all of you to pass around to your students, to faculty, so they can start accessing it.
Okay.
So,
We might also want to send it out to Tone, which is the nursing administrators.
okay.
Because I think this could be a really good vehicle. That's an issue that we have talked about very, very often, really trying to get more involvement from practice, because I really think education really needs to listen to practice. So the more involvement we can get from practice, I think the better we will be. And I don't know why we separate education and practice as though it were two separate entities, but we talk about it separately. But I do think if chief nursing officers can really become accustomed to looking at that site, then I think that's going to help us in our collaboration effort, so that as we move in making changes, we are making changes in the right direction that are going to be something that practice sees positive benefits from.
Well, in a lot of ways, I see it as it's for all of you. It's to benefit all of you and your students. So, please make suggestions so it can be helpful to you.
This is Eileen. One of the things that's on the Deans and Directors website, but I think it might be easier accessible on this one, and that's the list of programs to do the expedited application process and are usually open for additional students to apply. And I think that would be really critical here.
It's on the Deans and Directors website?
But it's kind of buried.
It's hidden.
Okay.
Yeah.
It takes a lot of clicks to get there.
Exactly. So I
Okay.
don't think the typical student can access it very easily.
Okay.
Do you have to be a member to get it, to access that website?
No, it doesn't come up easy on a search. Is the problem.
There's a
Right,
bunch of
yeah.
stuff that doesn't come. I mean, I had trouble finding Deans and Directors.
It's pretty buried. The other would be just looking at career options for students.
Okay.
I'm thinking of like the Public Health Service has that kind of a link might be helpful, as well as whatever the American Hospital Association might have as far as career options, and maybe looking at graduate education or articulation types of opportunities. Might have a section of programs that offer online RN to BSN programs, that sort of thing that could be helpful for students.
Does Robert Wood Johnson have a career option website?
Johnson & Johnson.
Johnson does.
Okay. That might be one, because there's lots of information about different nursing careers on that site, which would really be helpful to students.
I don't know, again, this is Susie, I don't know how we feel about professional organizations, but if we're talking about CONE, there's
TNA.
also Texas Nurses Association
Okay.
and Texas Student Nurses Association.
I just wanted to let you know there have been some technical difficulties with people being able to access this site, so that might have just been resolved, and a bunch of people might have just now been able to join in.
Okay.
Veronica, you've been...
I'm going to jump in.
Okay.
And this was sort of kind of in line with what Eileen was talking about as far as the partnering with the hospitals. This may be of a seasonal nature, but maybe publicizing the different types of internships at the time of graduation in, January, May, those times, so that students can be aware of not just what's available in their immediate area, but throughout the state. A lot of people may be looking to relocate.
Okay, great, thank you. Anything else?
The Area Health Education Center links might be good.
Like we do.
And those of you that are joining us on the airwaves, if that's even an appropriate term for internet, maybe on the fiber optic cable, if you have any suggestions, we would be glad to hear those now, or you should feel free to email those to Elizabeth. So be careful what you ask for, Elizabeth, or you might get it. Any other suggestions? Well, if you think of anything else, why just email that to Elizabeth. I think that's going to be very helpful. I'm very impressed that you have a student component, because I do think it will be helpful. But I really hope that we can publicize it to the practice arena so that we can get them to look at that site very clearly. Okay. Thank you for that report. Is your report next?
My report is next.
Okay.
You might recall, in looking at the strategic plan for the state of Texas, that one of the strategies under regional partnerships is better coordination of interdisciplinary simulation centers. And the coordinating board is one of the major leads on that particular strategy, and we've established kind of an ad hoc simulation study group to help us begin to look at the state's resources in high-fidelity simulation centers to better understand their potential use and the possibility of sharing simulation centers among multiple institutions. And it goes beyond just nursing. We know that there's a greater interest now in interdisciplinary health education, and we want to promote that. But the members of our group do represent schools, nursing programs in the state. It's hard to, since we have so many nursing programs in the state, but the members themselves are from a wide range of disciplines. And they are institutions represented on the group are the University of Texas at Arlington, Texas Tech Health Science Center, UT Health Science Center San Antonio, A&M Health Science Center, Temple College, Seton Hospital, Prairie View A&M University, and the Texas Department of State Health Services. And again, I think our effort will be first to look at the work done by the Texas Department of State Health Services. They did a survey, I believe, last year. They got a response rate primarily from nurses, but not many responses from other disciplines at institutions, and we hope to expand on that response rate and maybe provide more, ask different questions that may lead to recommendations possibly in public health policy, educational policy for the state. Finally, I'd like to announce 3 nursing programs that are to be recognized under the Nursing Education Performance Initiative. You might recall that initiative was established by rule in response to Senate Bill 138 from the 80th legislature. That's the bill that said, let's make 85% our graduation target. And the coordinating board took that directive and created a program for recognizing nursing programs that have achieved an 85% graduation rate, but have also achieved an 85% or higher licensure rate. We can't gain much if we can't get these people licensed as well. And then finally, that also offer a best practice in achieving those rates. So a panel made up of ACORN members reviewed
12 applications from schools that met the requirements of the 85-85, 85% licensure rate, 85% retention rate, and determined that 3 programs were exceptional. So let me read a little from the memo that went out from our commissioner to the governor and the legislative leadership. The coordinating board has awarded $25,000 grants to 3 institutions of higher education that have demonstrated exceptional performance in producing initial licensure registered nurses. Collin County Community College District, Stephen F. Austin State University, and Texas A&M University Corpus Christi received these grants by achieving graduation and licensure rates of 85% or above for the 2008 academic year, and by demonstrating a best practice in achieving those rates. The institutions will use the grant funds to develop a detailed business plan for their best practices, and those best practices will be up on our website eventually so that other schools may replicate them. And any of the remaining funds that they have after completing that particular plan may be used to increase enrollments in graduates from their initial licensure programs. We plan to run this program every year, and the schools that were recognized in this particular first year for the Nursing Education Performance Initiative could, of course, reapply with a new best practice. But again, we will be asking schools to apply if they meet the 85% standard. And again, as you can tell, we had 12 applications, only 3 were recognized. We have set a very high standard for linking best retention activities to outcomes in determining those best practices. Let me also mention that Stephen F. Austin's application focused on reading comprehension and study skills, Collin County on standardized test taking and study skills, A&M Health Science Center, A&M Corpus Christi. I'm sorry, honey. Assessment, tutoring of out-of-state at-risk students. So, Bunny, would you like to say anything since you're here?
We're so excited. Thank you. And that's really, we are. And I guess Mary Jane was up here and came back with a lot of good ideas. So she's excited about writing the plan.
Great. Thank you. So again, 2009 we'll be calculating those graduation rates. We might be hearing a little bit about that later on in the day. But again, we look forward to recognizing other schools in their best practices through this process. Good. Anyone want to comment who participated in the review about the applications that they reviewed, or should I mention you? They might be throwing fruit at you eventually, those other 9 programs. But Eileen Curl participated in the process. Patricia Allen did as well. Leanne Wagner, Donna Carlin from our staff, and I'm missing somebody. Yes, Anna Mahia-Dici, the non-nurse.
Congratulations to all of the programs who achieved the 85-85, because that is no small task to start with. But I think as we evaluated the applications, I think it was evident that clearly those 3 institutions kind of boil to the top as having some very outstanding best practices, and we congratulate them and hope that in the future we'll have 25 maybe programs that are the 85-85, and then I hate to even say how many programs we have because it's like a moving target now, but maybe in our future maybe we'll have 50 or 80. That would be terrific, and hopefully that this committee will come up with some strategies that can help every program, no matter what their applicant pool, what their faculty size. Every program is so unique, as we talked about yesterday, and has special challenges. So strategies have to be developed individually to help every program achieve the very highest retention rate and highest NCLEX rate. So congratulations to all those programs. And, you know, $25,000 is a nice little prize for those schools. So congratulations to three schools of distinction that have been recognized. Any other comments about any of Chris's report or what we've been doing this last year?
So I had a question about the new simulation study group. I think we talked about it before, but that's not a new subcommittee. That's just a charge that you're working on through the coordinating board.
It's a group. I have to call it a group.
Okay. Just want to get the term correct.
And it is interdisciplinary. I think that is one of the goals here. I know a lot of nursing programs have developed simulation centers, you know, within their own understanding of nursing education, and I think every school has as a goal of training with other disciplines and that would emulate a workforce setting, but we're still very much in our own little silos. And I think one of the emphasis we'd like to take in any recommendations that might come out of this group would be to looking at the feasibility of more interdisciplinary instruction.
That kind of brings up a question in my mind to those of you that have participated in Texas Team. Simulation centers, regional simulation centers is something that we're working on across the state. What kind of emphasis do we need to be placing as we develop these centers on interdisciplinary? I mean, this is really kind of the first time I've heard that verbalized. I know that's one thing that, you know, we have a little simulation center that we got with some grant money from the Department of Labor, and so we first developed it utilizing nursing, and now we're expanding it, and so now all of our programs are going to be utilizing it. Sometimes much to nursing's dismay of this is our equipment, what are those respiratory people doing in there? But that might be worth talking about, because as you develop them, you know, it would be good to have this mindset at the very beginning that this is an interdisciplinary, and I know that is a really, that's been even a legislative emphasis. So, I don't know, those of you who are on Texas, Veronica?
With our campuses at Sandra Center College, we have 3 campuses, and we're considering it a one college. What we've done for the past year or so, we have a health science division that encompasses around 15 health science programs. So for the past couple of semesters, we've had an interdisciplinary simulation day. That is very much like maybe the EMT's extrication day.
Yes.
And we, you know, develop a scenario. I think the most recent one looked at a chemical plant explosion, which is not all that difficult to imagine in Pasadena, Texas. And but all the disciplines came into play. And we even reached beyond the health science disciplines and looked at criminal justice. They were like the crime scene investigators. And we had some journalism guys there, you know. So our plan is to make it more and more inclusive, but I could see that being a real starter when you're looking at centers growing and moving just beyond nursing, but more interdisciplinary. So that's something that we've done.
I think that we've done that even before we had any kind of simulation equipment. We had a scenario with asthma, and Billy Bob was our patient. And so that involved all of our health science programs as well. But have you all talked about that in Texas Team?
Yeah.
Did I hear a yes from somewhere? No? Chris, have you guys talked about emphasis on that at all?
On interdisciplinary?
As we develop these simulation centers? Not really.
Well, it's part of the strategy. Although it's somewhat of an anomaly. I mean, if you look at the strategic plan, we're really talking about nursing, and then we have this interdisciplinary approach. You know, it might be that we'll be focusing on, you know, just mapping out where these centers are at the very beginning, and trying to develop some, you know, patterns which may ensure more sharing in the future. I think the bottom line is everyone seems to be building these. I sometimes think like as weeds, and it's going to cost you a lot of money to keep those programs going. Plus, it seems to be a niche within health education to be able to run these and develop protocols for them. I know that Joy and I have discussed the idea that this might be something she'd want to be looking at in terms of graduate students and their future role in nursing education. So it's going to require more expertise. It's going to a lot of upfront money, a lot of ongoing money to operate these centers. Can we do it better?
Well, I think, too, though, people could look at it as a opportunity to get income, because they could sell the service, like Western Governors University is contracting with Seton in several sites around the state, so it could become an income producer, too.
I think I just want to mention, too, with that income production, I think that the problem or the concern might come when you're doing interdisciplinary simulation and using another center that's like we're using Medicine Center in El Paso, and their rates of what they charge are so much higher than nursing. So for there we have to pay $200 per student. So just when you go interdisciplinary, and those centers that have been set up for OSCEs are very expensive.
We're doing something similar in San Antonio at St. Philip's, working with Incarnate Word and Wayland Baptist are using our facilities. But rather than charging a fee, we're trading faculty, we're trading time. So we're collaborating in a different way rather than trying to charge a fee per student.
See,
we're in our first semester.
Right. We do the same thing. We do Methodist Hospital, their internship program. And what we ask back is any scenarios they write, they leave on our computers. So that's the trade that we're using. We're not charging them a fee. They bring their own supplies, and we just said, hey, if you write a scenario, we just appreciate leaving it, and they use ours, so we're trading scenarios back and forth.
Good examples of innovation.
Yes, collaboration.
This is something I attended a seminar by DSHS a couple of weeks ago. It was a clinical practica, and something I had never seen before, and probably y'all all have. But what we had during the practica, we had live models that were actually instructors. And it was phenomenal to be able to do a physical exam on a live model, including the whole exam, and then have that model tell us what we were doing wrong. So, and it was in Atlanta, Georgia. And it was unbelievable. I mean, we did complete physicals, genitalia, everything. It was amazing.
But think of the feedback.
It was a tremendous learning experience.
We did something like that this summer, but for mental health, and we have drama students that actually for part of their class that they learned about, what does a schizophrenic person behave, and the feedback was very good from the students and the faculty. So that was kind of an unusual in a collaboration.
Okay.
Yvonne?
Our center is interdisciplinary. So we have case events, and those events the cases are developed from real patient situations. So the students actually participate in the access to their results. So that right now it's going to take a to find a partner to establish standardized patient program
Just to add, our in Wichita Falls, of course, our simulation is run by two nursing schools and a hospital, so we're a real collaboration. And our hospital, this is our second year that they have done all their competency validations for the year with all their staff. So when when the committee is evaluating, I think we also, I would ask that you ask about the hospital participation and how the hospitals are using it, obviously are interdisciplinary, as well as interdisciplinary students. So we're on year 2 of doing everybody in the hospital. So when you're,
Susan, does your faculty evaluate the...
Someone who is listening to us by phone, we are hearing a conversation in the background. Hello?
Hello, is that better?
Yes.
Okay. I'm sorry about that.
That's okay. Thank you.
Susie, do your faculty evaluate the hospital staff, or do they use...
Well, we have a staff in our regional simulation center that is the centerpiece for the regional simulation center. And so the educational folks at the hospital, as well as that staff, are responsible. Now, sometimes we get shorthanded, and faculty will work both ways. But those 5 people that work in our center are the linchpin for both the 2 schools and for the hospital. So,
the hospital have ownership of that competency validation.
Oh, okay. So they have to be there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, those of you that have real true collaboration, how do you work out the scheduling?
Well, we have 2 directors. One of the directors, the co-directors, one of the directors is responsible for MSU because we are the biggest user, and then the other one is responsible for the hospital and for the Vernon College. And so those directors are responsible, and we run, from 8 in the morning till 9 o'clock at night, 4 days a week, and then until 5. We get a bigger space because we're a little scrunched. But see, we all pay. Since our grant ended, the departments, or the 3 organizations, pay each year based on the amount of usage they had last year. So if I had 50% from MSU, then I would pay 50% of the cost of the simulation center.
So you pay after the fact?
Yeah.
Pay after the fact for the next year?
Yes, yes. I mean, we use last year's numbers to fund this year's work.
And really, your school was the first school that set one of these very collaborative simulation centers.
It has been a great thing.
Good. And didn't you have a coordinating board grant for that?
Thank you, Chris.
Susie, are you still seeing an increase in capacity as a result of the model you developed for clinical simulation?
We continued with our increase.
And what was the increase?
Would ask me that. We've gone from originally about 40 graduates to about 140, 160 graduates.
And you did that, how did you do that through the pipeline of clinical simulation?
Well, we have increased the use of simulation significantly in our curriculum. And because we have those folks that are not, we started out with them being BSN graduates. Many of them have masters now that we're 4 or 5 years into it. But they take on the load, and so we can use faculty for other classroom or clinical kinds of things. So we would not be seeing nearly as many people in our simulation lab if we didn't have those 4 employees.
There's just not enough room.
And so faculty direct the development of the simulations, but those folks do it.
It was Susie applied for innovative pilot with the board, and because of her project, we changed our requirements to allow BSN to act as faculty in that situation. Well, the drawback to that is our rules now are looser than the accrediting bodies. And we recently had a little issue with that. But this is based on evidence, and so that was a success for us, too.
Those folks really do know how to do simulations. Tell them they know how to take the objectives that the faculty need and really do good work.
Betty? I have an example, and I'm sure Isaac will share it. We're now in our second year, well, it'll go through 2010, with Houston Independent School District and their school nurses. We have combined an activity related to our simulation technology, faculty practice, and also having a relationship with what we call an intramural, the Houston Independent School District, since we do use the agency as well for affiliations. What we are doing now is helping to provide continuing education in asthma care for children who are engaged day to day in school, but who do have problems with retention, being able to continue. And we're using simulation. It is it's a 3.5-day program, and we were able to engage at least 45 of their school nurses last August. We're going to continue this August, and we already have a contract for February, and it's in relation to CDC as well. CDC ultimately provides the funding for their nurses to contract with us through simulation technology, and so it has now become part of our faculty practice model, as well as interdisciplinary.
So I had a question for Chris about to get to the regional simulation centers where there are none at this time. Will that be part of the innovation grant priorities, or how will that, any funding support for that?
Possibly. Again, we talked about this earlier today, where we have about $4.7 million available for grants for this next 3-year period, and we're not quite sure what our priorities are at the coordinating board. We've gotten advice from the research committee, and we have the Texas Team Plan, and we have, interest in the curriculum model, and we can't do all of those things probably with $4.7 million, even as pilots, so we're going to have to make some tough choices. I do know that as we've talked to the nurses through our webinars, that the timeline for the grants extended in comparison to previous years. Usually we have the grants out awarded by October, and last time I think it was January. This time it'll probably be July, so we're going to give people plenty of opportunity to plan for some very interesting pilots based on the choices that we make, based on the feedback we get on where we're going to set our priorities. To make a long story short.
So the application deadline is likely to be a year from now.
January. It'll probably be January.
Awards in July.
Awards in July.
I got you. Okay.
Yes.
But to operate simulation technology is expensive, and it takes just a variety of individuals because we have to also rely on a computer engineer, and then you need lab support. I mean, when faculty members are engaged in the instructional process, it is virtually impossible for them to totally operate independently, the technological component. Plus the technology is ever-changing so quickly, as the new models emerge and what have you. So I would just hope that with any grant opportunity, it does allow for that type of, it's almost like buying a car, and when you drive it off the lot, it has already depreciated. The same thing happens, with the technology.
We were really lucky because we got a Department of Labor grant right at the perfect time for us, and we had put a lot of simulation equipment in, and most grants, equipment is no-no, but they funded our equipment. And we actually, as is true for many grants, by the time you really get started, you have already a little money left over. So we did have some salary money, and we had an individual who was working part-time for us in the lab who just got interested in simulation, and she started making herself an expert, and she finally said, I think that this could be a full-time position. We had enough money from the grant, so we got a simulation specialist full-time with that grant, and now the grant's over with. She's leaving, and we're interviewing people next week for a simulation specialist, because you're right. You've got to have someone who is really going to help the faculty as they work through those scenarios. And actually, when we started developing our first scenarios, we had people, somebody from Citizens and DTAR came and helped us with the scenarios, because we wanted to make sure that we were really working on the right ones. But that individual, if it hadn't been for her and her interests, I don't know that would have evolved, but it just happened that she was interested. She belongs to the International Society of Simulation Specialists, and she now has her master's degree and is going to go work. I think she had an interview at Temple not very long ago. Yvonne, did you have some comments?
I was just going to remark, I do cite this is for the NLNAC, and I cannot tell you that recently going to visit a nursing program, and they are very happy to tell me about their simulation technology. And most recently, I was in a school in Chicago, and we went down a long corridor to a locked room, and we went in there, and they had gotten money, and they had purchased Medicine. And we all stood there and looked at it, and they said, we're going to find someone to help us use it.
That's where they have
it had been a huge investment for a mannequin of that sophistication, and they had no one who could use it, and had it for over a year. And it was like in a shrine. We just walked down this long hallway, and everybody stood there while they unlocked the door and went in. It was all covered in plastic, and I thought, oh my goodness, what a way.
Yeah.
When you're talking, this is Eileen, when you're talking about simulation, something that might be helpful on our Clearinghouse website is actually a place for scenarios.
Oh,
That we could share, maybe under best practices or somewhere in there, I think would be helpful.
Just as a side, on YouTube, Wharton School of Nursing had a great video on simulation, if you ever want to pull it up. Wharton Junior College. They did an anniversary celebration, and they brought back nurses who had graduated years ago from their program, and they brought them into simulation. And they were just, their faces and how shocked they were after being in practice for 50 years and seeing how nursing students learn today. It's a great video.
Well, and sometimes, faculty are less than enthusiastic about simulation at the very beginning, because our faculty generally don't tend to be under 30, so they have established patterns of this is how we've always done it kind of thing, and sometimes you really have to drag them kicking and screaming, but once they experience it, they see what a truly educational experience it is and what you can allow students to do with no jeopardy to the patient. And so then, of course, they're just like reformed alcoholics. They're just, just gung-ho and really want to go all out.
I would just also offer, as Betty said, the technology changes so quickly. So, what I think we certainly see the value of the high-fidelity simulators, but I would encourage that as we look at regionalization, that we also look at what is the next wave, and I'm thinking particularly to follow what the Armed Forces uses, which is the avatars. And I think that for the generation of students that you have, that certainly is appropriate and also provides perhaps an opportunity for asynchronous learning, that we could also capture data for analysis.
And you don't have to have a $50,000 simulation mannequin to do a lot of simulation. We have some lower tech, they still have some technology, but there's some lower tech mannequins that you can do lots of basic scenarios with students, and to think that you need to have 10 $50,000 simulation mannequins is really not an adequate assessment of the best use of funds, I don't think.
We have just seen that to be true, and as a matter of fact, just have bought two low fidelity because we realize you don't need to be spending, using our very expensive stuff for things that are basic or fundamental. And so we've just bought two $7,000 ones.
Violins. When you look at learning across, like I say, across the lifespan of the curriculum, and as the learner is moving systematically, then there's a need for certain kinds of examples. We pilot this summer, and it has really been quite creative. New students just starting in their first nursing course, which happened to be health assessment, were put right into the simulation lab, and it has been just amazing. I'm hopeful that the faculty will write this up. It was an immediate setting whereby they were introduced to the patient, but they were able to apply all of those first 2 years of liberal arts directly. And I think as we are trying to determine whether or not there is a comparable outcome between simulation technology as a strategy versus direct human encounter, which I know is what the National Council is still trying to give us guidance on, we're really going to do a comparison. And it goes back to retention again, because we have a great number of failures in that first semester of Junior 1. Will there be a difference if students have that direct kind of relationship and they immediately being able to see anatomy and physiology, chemistry, and then apply patho? So it's been exciting. They were put in lab coats, and they are developing a bonding this summer group. So I think we'll be submitting that as an innovation.
And are we engaging them in a way that really utilizes all their generational differences that we complain about? Are we really capitalizing on that by engaging them in that kind of a learning activity right at the very beginning, instead of sitting in a lecture and listening to someone recite what's in Bruner?
Yeah, because immediately they can find the heart immediately. But what's interesting about this group, there must be almost a 20-year age difference, as well as gender differences. And just to see them bond as a group, it has been really quite exciting. So,
I think that we sort of equate simulation with simulation equipment. And I really think that as we move more and more into the IOM competencies and the whole focus on interdisciplinary collaboration and communication, that simulation scenarios without much in the way of equipment, I mean, you almost get into stage props for example, one of the things we're looking forward to is some of the graduates of Concordia are physicians now. They did pre-med at Concordia, and so they're out in the community, and we're recruiting them now to be the physician on the end of the line on the phone at 3 in the morning when we go through the SBAR protocol. And we're not going to cue these physicians at all. We're just going to say, just act like you would at 3 in the morning. But it will be videotaped. So again, I think that it's not that you can't. It's more that we have ways of documenting performance and scenarios that pull the competencies. Whether you're using a high-fidelity mannequin or just here is a scenario. Relevant. Yeah.
Well, I think this group certainly would support the coordinating board's emphasis on interdisciplinary studies and if that becomes a part of the grant funding, then I think we certainly would be supportive of the fact that you might get a few extra points on your grant proposal if you've got some kind of interdisciplinary aspect woven into your simulation center. Not that we're trying, that's just research committee, I'm sure would support that. But I think that certainly is another way to improve capacity, and certainly a way to be cost effective and much more efficient. And in the end, in the practice arena, that interdisciplinary sometimes creates more problems than whether we have exactly the right skill set in terms of manual skills, because we don't spend as much time always on the communication skills with the other disciplines.
Something else that's happening in other states, we're using that centralized clinical placement system that Oregon developed here in Central Texas. Went to the users meeting, and in some of the other states, they're taking simulation opportunities and putting them into their centralized scheduling system so that folks can be observers as well as participants, and also to capture some of the unscheduled pieces, and they have more people, say, doing middle of the night simulations, that kind of thing, to utilize their space further. So that might be also something to think about.
Good. Well, Eileen, I think we've proven that innovation is alive and well throughout the state of Texas. Our next item really is to talk a little bit about our last legislative session, and I see that lunch is not quite here yet, so I think we can go ahead with talking a little bit. And Mary Beth, you're not down here, but if you have some legislative items, which I'm sure you do, you might want to talk to us. Donna, did you want to talk?
Yeah, I'll start out. Eileen and Mary Beth
Eileen's here also.
A little bit. I wanted to start out by talking about House Bill 4471, and it's kind of timely that I talk about that first. That's the bill that TNA and a large group of organizations that supported the bill worked very hard to get additional money into the professional nursing shortage reduction fund for a total of $49.7 million. This is where schools will be able to get money up front starting this fall for admitting additional students. Up to $10,000 per student, unless that's changed. The reason I mention this first is because there will be a series of conference calls with Ed Buchanan of our staff, who's from the fiscal area. The first one is today at noon from 12 to 1 p.m. Colleen Lewis, on behalf of Claire Jordan, sent an email out last week to the schools informing them of the there's 3 conference calls. The second one is tomorrow, from 10 to 11 a.m., and the third one is also tomorrow from 3 to 4 p.m.
They had one yesterday.
Oh, I'm sorry. Today. Today's Monday to me. I'm sorry. The last 2 are today, 10 to 11 a.m., and then 3 to 4 this afternoon. I'm sorry.
I knew it was dead in the middle of this meeting.
And because this, things are changing kind of on a, day-by-day basis, Ed really is the person that has the most up-to-date information about the requirements for applying for this.
And we saw him yesterday, so we know he lived through the first one.
Okay, the next bill is House Bill 3961, otherwise known as the Excelsior Bill. And I've asked Eileen, there are some other components to it other than a study of clinical competency. I've asked Eileen to talk about the work that will be done at the Center for Workforce Studies, as well as Mary Beth. There are other components of that bill that affect the Board of Nursing. So, Eileen, you want to start?
Okay. Well, this is, and I have to preface it, that the Nursing Workforce Center is going to provide oversight and implement a very large research study, which I think will be a landmark study and has a lot of national interest besides what is occurring here in Texas. And the preface to it is that the study would be done to the extent that funding is available.
in order for this bill to pass, we agreed that we would not attach a fiscal note for implementation of this particular section of the bill. So one of the first things that we have to do is to find some rather large grant funding, which we'll be applying for grant applications in the near future. But I'll share with you the components of the research study, and there's about 4 major components, and each of them could be a study in itself. But we'll see how this all gets organized as this bill is implemented. First of all, what needs to be done is to identify a set of expected student outcomes in terms of clinical judgment and behaviors that professional nursing students possess at the time of graduation from a professional nursing pre-licensure program. So we're looking at clinical competencies, which also include clinical judgment and behaviors of new graduates. The second component is to identify the standardized, reliable, and valid clinical exit evaluation tools that are used to evaluate the competencies and clinical judgment and behaviors of new graduates from pre-licensure programs. And then do a correlation study between the success rate of graduates from these nursing pre-licensure programs on these standardized clinical exit evaluation tools and their educational and experiential background, including those that the length and type of healthcare work experience they had before they entered the nursing program. So we're talking like LVNs, paramedics, medics, people who have been working in the healthcare arena. Also the healthcare work experience that these students may have obtained while they were going through a nursing program. And then the alternative methods of teaching clinical judgment and behaviors, including supervised clinicals and simulation laboratories. And then the fourth component is to study and look at correlations between nursing programs, initial pre-licensure nursing programs that do have formal supervised clinical experience as compared to nursing programs that have a final clinical assessment evaluation process. So that, and this is where the term Excelsior program bill comes into play, because probably the one type of program that will qualify for this study will be the Excelsior program. And as you may know, the Excelsior program does not have a formal supervised clinical experience component in their curriculum, but the students are self-directed to address the objectives and goals, and then they are evaluated in a final clinical assessment evaluation process on their clinical competencies and behaviors and judgment. So this research study will look at whether or not there are any differences in clinical competencies and clinical judgment and clinical behaviors between graduates from the traditional programs that have supervised clinical experiences as compared to graduates from an Excelsior type program that doesn't have formal supervised clinical experience. So that's kind of and there's some other components in that. Whoa is right. It makes me hyperventilate every time I think about this. And part of this process, there were a lot of concerns in the testimony during legislative hearings about
innate or purposeful bias and prejudice towards conducting this study. So the stipulation is that the Nursing Workforce Center would contract with an independent researcher, but we will be providing and overseeing the development and implementation of this study, just to be sure that indeed it continues to be unbiased and objective and has sound, valid, and reliable methodology and implementation of the research study, and that it addresses what are the mandates, the legislative mandates in this particular bill. There are some specific requirements as to who the selection committee would be, so that there are representatives from a wide variety of organizations that will be on a selection committee, who will then, after criteria is developed and the selection process has been developed, will select an independent researcher. And the Nursing Workforce Advisory Committee will provide oversight over the conducting of this research study. And the study needs to be completed by 2014, and a report of the findings needs to be submitted by the Nursing Workforce Center to the Governor's Office, as well as to the House Public Health Committee and to the Senate's Health and Human Services Committee. So it's going to be quite a project. And it's exciting, too, because I think there's a lot of implications and a lot of good, if this is successful, a lot of good evidence-based findings that could be very beneficial to all nursing programs. And looking at various ways in which students can be prepared. So, any questions about that? John? Eileen, I just wanted to ask you a question to clarify. You're going to be, or in the process of the research, there will be identification of assessment, standardized, valid, reliable assessment at the completion of a program, right?
Right.
To be able to evaluate the clinical judgment and the competency behaviors of new graduates, okay? Now, what is the sort of like gold standard? In other words, you're evaluating behaviors, but how do you validate that those behaviors translate into excellent clinical judgment and practice?
Well, that'll be the challenge, to see if there have been some research studies done on that. And so far, what I have found, there's not been a whole lot. There's been some. I think you're going to talk about one of the reports that's come out about new graduates and what is the perception of preparation in regard to clinical competencies from the perspective of the nursing programs as compared to the perspective of the employer of new graduates, those kinds of things. I mean, we have just started looking, and we're going to continue to do that. But also the independent researcher will be doing this also. So what that gold standard is, I think we're going to be part of this, the outcome of this research project. It's not just a study, but a project, is to identify what are the, the most essential, important clinical outcomes in the preparation of students to graduate and be able to function as a professional nurse in a clinical setting. So there's no answers at this point.
Good luck.
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to need it.
I guess the
Go ahead, Yvonne.
The environment changes so much.
I know.
That's also the challenge.
That's the challenge, right. Unless you have some kind of more general, broader clinical behaviors competencies. You can't, in which the specific things can vary depending upon the situation and the clinical area, the clinical environment, the type of facility that the new graduate would be functioning in. Yeah.
Do you have a timeline for either criteria for the researcher or picking of the researcher? Or,
that'll be part of what I'm working on right now, and for the next several months. It's a challenge to see how all of this is. I have all these various pieces and kind of get a handle on the sequence of when all of this will occur, because of timelines for grant applications and that sort of thing. I threw out to Chris, very unfairly probably, because we were taking a break at our Texas team meeting and we were heading to the restrooms, and I just said, what about, would we be eligible for some grant funding through the coordinating board for, there's a component, looking at the assessing the student outcomes in regard to clinical competencies, behaviors, and judgment, which ties very nicely into the model curriculum and provides some evidence-based data that would, I think, be very beneficial in what's been done by this group on a model curriculum. And I think I took her by surprise, but I told her that I'm putting out feelers for all different types of grant funding, because I think it's going to take maybe several groups working on this and various kinds of grants going on to be able to address as much of what is outlined in House Bill 3961. So anyway. So if you hear of any other grant opportunities, please let me know.
Mary Beth, did you want to add?
Yes, I just wanted y'all to know that 3961 was originally a bill that had lots of board initiatives in it. And as you know, there was a separate Excelsior bill, which requested or changed the Practice Act that the Excelsior program, or didn't say the Excelsior program, described the Excelsior program was substantially equivalent to Texas programs. So there was that bill. Representative Donna Howard is the one who originally pulled the bill together to implement this study. And as you know, in all of our legislative processes, things change. So both of those components ended up in 3961. So there are a lot of other board initiatives in that bill. The other thing I wanted you to know is that the description of the Excelsior program was approved to be substantially equivalent to Texas programs. That did happen. But it limits the language to describing a program that only Excelsior can meet. We don't know of any other programs that have a transition program that has no supervised clinical learning experiences. So that component is there, plus some other factors that were included in the bill. So it does limit this to just the Excelsior program, so no other new program can come in and not have supervised clinical learning experiences and find themselves deemed to be substantially equivalent.
Programs, I mean, how is that communicated, or is that to be communicated? Because
it'll be communicated. And by the way, this session there were so many bills that we still don't have a handle on all the changes that we're going to need to make. A lot of changes will be coming from the board. You'll see a synopsis in our July board meeting, which is posted on the web, of the key bills, and that'll be there for you to look at. But in terms of actually communicating it and getting it at rules, position statements, that'll be forthcoming. I wanted you to know, too, that in Tennessee, the same bill came up, and the Tennessee legislature defeated the substantially equivalent Excelsior bill, if you will, and so now LVNs have to have, I believe it's 350 hours of supervised clinical learning experiences, and non-LVNs have to have, I believe it's 600. So it was an interesting session, I have to say.
Mary Beth, how do we compare now to other states? I know there was Georgia, possibly. Were they looking at legislation as well?
Right.
What about New York? Where's
New York is where the Excelsior program is from.
Okay.
And they are approved by the New York board. I can tell you that what happened in Texas has actually really gotten the attention of every board in this country. And so a lot of boards are re-looking. Some of the language in boards is vague. We don't require a certain number of hours. I think the study will be good to help us understand what it is that we do need. But the fact that this did happen in Texas has gotten national attention. So there are other boards who are starting to make clinical practice requirements in their acts. And I think we'll see a lot more of that. Hopefully the study will guide us, the nation. The nation will be looking at this and how we conduct clinicals. It's my understanding, and I just heard this last week when I was at National Council, that they are going to actually be looking at this too. So they may be doing their own little study to evaluate this. I know that they are interested in Texas and may be a possible source of funding for the independent researcher. So if anyone knows of a researcher who has expertise in this area, we would be very happy to talk to them.
Mary Beth, this is a very unfair question, but I'll ask it anyway. What might be the implications to the compact in terms of states that defeated this bill and Texas that now has accepted this bill?
Good question. We are not at a point yet, Leanne, about an educational compact. So in terms of what each state requires to become licensed is different. The compact has not gone that far. It's just post-licensure. We've had lots of discussion, and there really is a group that is getting together to start looking at, can we have some educational components that we have in a compact? You know, when we went through Sunset Review a couple of years ago, they loved that idea. They loved the compact. Standardization, equity, everybody doing the same thing. I mean, so the discussion is there, but in terms of the actual effect of the compact right now, that's...
Well, what I'm saying is then the compact states, an Excelsior graduate here has no
what would happen is, I'm sorry, they won't let them
get a license.
Correct.
Okay, that was my question.
Yes.
So the compact wouldn't necessarily be in effect because if, for instance,
right, you
Georgia
have
was
to
voting.
have, every state requires, if you don't have those educational components. Now, the compact issues of can I go and practice, that I can't really speak to, and I don't know.
But it could be very far-reaching.
Exactly. Right. Yeah, that's a good question, and I don't have a black and white answer on that one.
Mary Beth, the reason I asked that question, particularly from practice, is that, I recently read, I think, on the BON website that there are 5 programs or schools of nursing in the state that don't really meet the board of nurse requirement. And for those of us in practice, unless you have a dedicated person who can stay on top of that, then often we are approached by these schools to provide placement for students in programs that really have not met the requirement of the Board of Nurse Examiners, and how do we get that information?
Actually, the issue is not if a program has to be approved by a state board, and there are out-of-state programs that can come into Texas and have clinicals. The important thing to know is if they're approved by a state board, The 5 programs you're talking about were fraudulent programs. And there were some, unfortunately, some schools or some clinical placements let these students into their program. And these were fraudulent programs. That's one of the things that's happened. After the Sunset Review, we've had all of these fraudulent programs just proliferate. And I don't know if we didn't know they were there before, but they are really, we're seeing a lot of it. So if the employer could just make sure, find out if that program is operating in Texas, they have a physical presence in Texas, which is some of the coordinating board's rules. They need to be approved by the coordinating board, and they're in Texas by the Board of Nursing. If they're out of state, coming in from out of state, the program's in another state, that's a whole other thing that you have to look at. But it's just looking at their credentials is the best thing to do. Now, the other things that were in 3961, which were the whole reason for this bill, was that we've changed language in our act. When we merged, we had language about pilot projects, and for some reason RN got left in there and LVN was not included, so LVNs couldn't participate in pilot projects, and they're able to do that now. Lots of discussion about confidentiality of a nurse's information. As you know, our addresses are public. That's public information. But what about fax, emails, telephone numbers? There were people who were challenging us, I think it was mainly attorneys, who were challenging us, saying that we were silent on that. They want that information. We clarified you cannot have that information. None of that except the addresses, which is what we've already had. We also now have it clear that when we are doing an investigation and we want to do an outside evaluation for fitness of duty, like chemical dependency, mental health, physical ability, we now have it's in our statute, we can request that. A lot of times when a nurse comes back, they were suspended or they lost their license, they've come back, they say that they're now sober, they're ready to go back to work. We don't always have the expertise in-house to be able to evaluate their ability, so we do forensic evaluations through psychiatrists. And so those evaluations are critical in helping us determine if the nurse is fit to practice. That language is clarified. We also now have the ability to do a temporary suspension for chemical dependency if the board feels that that is appropriate. So those were just some of the areas that were already in the bill that were passed too.
Okay, just a couple more bills. House Bill 4189. This bill requires any university, college that is either public or private that has students living in dorms, that first-time students, including transfer students, must have received the bacterial meningitis vaccination, and they're going to have to provide evidence to a designated official at the institution. If the bills, we have draft rules at this point, but all of this goes into effect January 1st of 2010. So we had to get the rules prepared really fast. We used an advisory group or electronically to help us with these rules. But the vaccination at this point, the draft rules say that they have to have received it at least 10 days prior to taking up residence in the dorm. So the key, I think, to this is to get everybody, to become knowledgeable about this requirement. And lastly, I did want to say that during the 80th session, that the Governor's Hospital-Based Nursing Education Program, that was funded this session with $5 million. There are rules that are on the books at this point, and now we will be looking at developing a RFP for that to get that program started. But at this point, other than the rules that are already on the books from the last session, we haven't begun that process yet, but I'm we will be in the very near future.
I'm sorry, Donna, was that part of 4189?
No. This was during the last session. This bill was passed, and I don't have the bill number. Chris, do you remember?
Bill 3443, Hospital-Based Nursing Education Grant Program.
Susie, we can't hear you.
Is the timing of that likely to be in the same time frame as the other innovative grant, or do you know?
We don't know at this point.
So the bill passed last session, and
the
this
money
session, it was just put in the appropriations
Right.
bill.
$5 million, correct. And that's it.
Is there any other bill that might affect a nursing education program as it does other educational programs? Anything very significant? I mean, I know there's lots of bills passed that affect the coordinating board, but I just wondered if there was anything outstanding that was going to affect nursing programs, but was also going to affect other programs.
Not that I can think of. There was some, initially there was a bill that would have changed the hepatitis B vaccination requirement, but there's no change to that. There still needs to be the entire 3-shot series completed. I can't think of anything else.
Okay. All right. Any other questions or comments?
This is Eileen. I just had a comment about Tishu's report with your research study. The Delsey workforce or task force is going to be looking at a research study that addresses a little part of the first component you described, where we're going to look at the Delseys and have recent graduates within 6 months of graduation evaluate a rate if they got that content in school and are able to make the clinical judgments that are identified on the Delseys. So we hope to implement that this fall. So it'll be interesting. It may be helpful.
Yeah, it sure will. It sure will. Okay. I think we're going to break for lunch, and it should be here soon. And we'll resume again at 1 o'clock. The laughter. And before we start with the subcommittee reports, Donna has one more piece of legislation that she's going to tell us about.
Thank you for reminding me about this one, Leanne. This is House Bill 2054 that requires universities and colleges, not health-related institutions, to put all your syllabi online. And that includes things like the course assignments, topics for classroom meetings, a full faculty CV, and even departmental budget reports, just to name a few of the requirements. So if you haven't seen this, you need to be looking at it.
What's the name? Donna, what bill? Where is it?
House Bill 2054.
I'm sorry, could you say what you said in the beginning? Not
health related.
Okay,
So
that's
you're
not
off the hook, Pat.
So the rest of us are going to protest and encourage them to include health-related institutions.
Rules are under development, and they believe the people I talked to upstairs that followed this bill that it goes into effect in 2010. So.
Oh, well, we have a little time.
And that was just off the top of their heads what the requirements are. You want me to repeat them? Syllabus.
Donna, repeat the bill number again. Some people didn't.
House Bill 2054. Syllabus. Each course will be required to have online the syllabus with the course assignments, topics for classroom meetings, full instructor CV, and departmental budget reports. To name a few.
That is just a few of the requirements. It's a very lengthy list of requirements, and that has to be on the website every semester for every course you offer.
I think it has to stay on there for a certain length of time as well.
Do they give examples in relation to the budget per course? Yeah.
Maybe the rules, as they develop the rules, maybe they'll have some examples. Yeah, for courses, I'm not sure. Of course, the budgets, the college budgets are already public documents, so I don't know. Maybe you can link to another site. We'll just have to see. This is going to be a time-consuming effort. We've discussed it in our dean's meeting with great agony. So,
what was the right
Like I said, this wasn't one of the bills that I followed, and I just caught somebody in the hall that followed it, and
I heard, this was Representative Colcourt's bill, and I heard that this was an effort to make sure that parents and students had adequate information about courses that that the student was going to be taking. And it has to do with what I understand, transparency and increasing transparency.
Yeah.
I was hoping, since you didn't say that, maybe it didn't pass, but that is wishful thinking on my part. Thank you very much, Donna. Deborah Simmons, are you with us by phone right now? No. Okay. And Beth, I guess you're with us in spirit also. Okay. All right. Well, the next item on the agenda is subcommittee reports. So I know that Capacity has a report and Excellence has a report. So, Barbara, do you want to start with Capacity?
Sure. I handed out handouts to everyone, and the title is Subcommittee on Capacity Report. It has 2 documents along with it. Basically, what we spent the first couple of meetings gathering information from other sources, looking at that, and what we determined is that we needed to do a survey. So we're right in the middle of this big survey project. Actually, the first document behind the report is a copy of the survey that was sent out. And then the second document are the community colleges and universities that responded to the survey. So you can see where we are. We got tons of information back from the people who responded, but based on our conversation yesterday, we decided that we would send it out a second time to the non-responders, see if we could get a little more response. So that's where we are. We had 26 out of the 56, and again, I don't know if I had those numbers right, but I got a list from the Board of Nursing of the most current schools and contacts, and so I sent out 56 community colleges and 30 universities, and got back 26 community college responses from 6 universities. So if you can spread the word to when we send it out a second time, hopefully we will get participation. Now there's a section you'll notice if you look at the survey, there is one on simulation, Chris, so I don't know if that'll help you with your information. We'll be glad to provide the information that we gather. Pretty preliminary as far as what we asked about simulation, but again, our text boxes have got lots and lots of feedback. I think Bunny's printed out some of the preliminary data that if you all want to see them, pages and pages of comments, but we will be analyzing that and putting it in a more usable format. Right now it's just raw data, but hope to have a report by fall meeting. Questions? Or?
Do you have any kind of initial feelings about what might come out of this report that might surprise people or reinforce perceptions or practices?
Bunny studied a little bit more. You want to comment?
I read it on the plane coming up here this morning, so, and just went through. I was, because my focus is online education, I was surprised that many people thought this was not an answer to helping with capacity. And so, and there may be some more forthcoming, but that was my initial feel for that. And the preceptors and how they're used is a little bit different all around. In fact, Barbara and I were talking at the break, and what might be interesting once we get all the data, because it is rich with text. I mean, it's very rich with text. that maybe what we can do then is then put them in regions and see if there are similarities or differences, and that may help with the regionalization for the Texas plan as well.
That's a really good idea, Bunny.
That would be very helpful.
Bunny, did you get a feel for the response to the question about an online, regional online program?
Yes, I did. And there was some interest in it, but there was, well, the fact that there was still a dearth of clinical facilities. How would we do that? They seem to feel that it might be a workable idea, but again, how would you do the clinical part of it? So we'll see. And maybe that's our next thing, is to come up with how we would do that. But it definitely would be a way to share faculty. I'm sorry.
For the people who are new to the committee, if you look at the document related to Agenda Item 2, which was our minutes from the last meeting, it lists the objectives of our committee. So I didn't want to go over that again. But we really tried, the regionalization piece was one of our objectives, but because Team Texas was doing so much with regionalization, we really didn't address that at this point. But I think we are looking to see what the, once we do this survey, we still need to include the industry partners, and because I think there's a lot of rich stuff in there with the preceptor model and non-traditional faculty. I think that's one thing that really hasn't been surveyed before, is the use of non-traditional faculty, people that are not being paid by the college or university, but are being paid by a clinical facility, and they're actually serving as a faculty member. For increasing capacity, I think that's a great place to go.
And one of the things that came out in this, and that may change when we get the rest of the data also, is that because of the economic times, a lot of the hospitals are no longer paying for those preceptors. The colleges are paying for them. Adjunct faculty.
Picking them up again.
One of the challenges in rural areas is there are not that many master's prepared nurses in the hospital. I think we use everybody there is, and there's just still not enough. Obviously a different issue than more of the metropolitan areas.
That's true.
Well, that's a good information that hopefully we'll have more to report on in the fall.
Okay, good. And Esperanza and Joan already indicated they wanted to join that committee, and if any of the other new members, okay. Leo is also interested, so very good. Thank you, Barbara. Eileen, Excellence Committee has a handout also.
If anybody has an extra handout, I'm one short up here. I think I'd left some back on the table.
Here.
Oh, great. Thank you, Betty. We've been active little worker bees and have done a lot over our last quarter. You'll see on the first page just a summary about what Chris talked about with the performance initiative. And at the bottom on item D, I'll point out one of the items that are strategies that Team Texas identified that someone should do, and we would have been the obvious group to do it, and that was to survey best practices in Texas. But we're actually going to use the best practices that were identified in the 12 schools who applied for those recognition application process, because that kind of did our survey for us that way. So we'll start with that group. On the next page, you'll see a little summary of a research study that I talked about earlier this morning. It's going to be in more detail. It was in more detail in the minutes from the last meeting, so if you want a lot more about numbers and that sort of thing, you can go to the minutes there. But this is looking at the benchmarks for programs of distinction. I just highlighted it here, and the 4 areas that people wanted distinction in. And I looked up the definition of distinction that Betty asked for. And what we have identified, we worked on this a lot, is that the definition of distinction will be a noteworthy, meritorious level of excellence in a performance area. And so it's those performance areas that we're identifying now and trying to identify the benchmarks in that. One of the things that you'll notice under item B, 2B on that second page, was really a result of our discussions yesterday with the subcommittee chairs, looking at, and also our last conference call, looking at realigning our benchmarks to really go along with the whole idea of capacity, graduation, i.e. graduation rates and retention rates. But then discussion yesterday, we thought of maybe having a area on collaboration, since that's a big part of Team Texas as well. So I'll take that back to our subcommittee and we'll discuss that. The whole area of innovation, which was something that the faculty responded to as they wanted that as an area of distinction, we may be able to partner with the Board of Nursing. They already have on their website an extensive listing of innovations that schools of nursing are doing, and so it may be more appropriate for the Board of Nursing to identify what they might want to recognize as innovations. So we'll collaborate on that piece. The clearinghouse you've already heard about from Elizabeth. And one of our visitors just had a great idea when over break she was suggesting for our website to, under the students section, to add more of a definition or difference of LVN, ADN, BSN, and what schools. Now, I think that's already on the Board of Nursing, so we just need to link to that. The national accreditation piece, this was one of our charge or objectives or goals for at the beginning of the work year, was to look at how we can promote national accreditation of programs in Texas as a indicator of quality of nursing programs in Texas. And you'll see there are 14 who are not nationally accredited, and this is probably the only recommendation coming from our subcommittee that we may need a vote on, or however you want to handle that from a business perspective. But our subcommittee does recommend that either ACORN or the coordinating board send letters to the deans and directors of those 14 programs recommending that they be nationally accredited. We know that there is a financial or a fiscal note obviously associated with accreditation, but if we're really trying to promote quality, that's accreditation is usually an indicator of quality in a program. And so then those deans and directors can share those letters with the college presidents and hopefully obtain some financial support for that. The next one is about student-friendly clinical agency designation, and this we want to get more input from our clinical partners about this whole concept of having this kind of designation. But since we're looking at collaboration and obviously our clinical partners are critical, we thought it would be nice to recognize those who do an outstanding job. And
we looked at this at North Texas Deans and Directors, and actually came up with a set of criteria and everything that we would use for a survey and everything. Our hospital partners put a nix on it that were in the area. They said what would happen is they were afraid if they were not designated student-friendly, then students wouldn't want to go there for clinicals.
Right.
And, you know, as hospitals started changing and turnover of staff, and if one time they had all new interns and the students might not have gotten the best clinical experience, or the student had a run-in with a staff member who they could then give a negative response. So they were just looking for something to be much more defined and much more objective for the students to critique versus kind of subjective. Did you like your clinical experience? Did you think the staff was what you wanted them to be? Were they good role models? They thought that was just way, way too subjective. So if you could bring it down into more objective means, then, you know, they were more willing to sit and look at it.
And we really tried to do that in our criteria, that it would not necessarily be contingent upon student evaluation, because I agree that it can vary from a student's perspective and what's going on in their life at the time. So we would like to explore that more with clinical partners.
I think Betty has a comment.
Yes, I just piggybacking on your comment, in some of the conversations going on in the Texas Medical Center, Are these institutions magnet?
Yes.
Do they have magnet
Yes,
status?
most of
because
them do.
normally, if they do,
Right.
this doesn't bother them
Right.
because it's something that is assessed anyway. I was just wondering. I mean,
You've got to be able to document it. I mean, I'm surprised too.
Yeah.
I mean, that's an expectation.
Yeah, usually. I'm also your bullet, the second one before the bottom bullet. I assume that does relate to our graduates in a sense, right? Was there any consideration for those agencies that have residency programs? Because we're hearing that seemed to be one of the most dramatic ways that you can close that gap between practice and education, get a more satisfied graduate, one who becomes a stakeholder almost in the beginning, and usually their chance of retention post-graduation and hiring is always higher, which I would think is also a concern of the state, that not only are they getting into the workplace, but are they satisfied? Are they being retained? And then the question about what is their productivity or competences after 6 months, a year, or two. I would like your consideration of maybe asking or inquiring about residency programs.
Absolutely.
You know, if I could just add, it's really interesting to me that what we might think of as best practice, in a sense, is where hospitals have these residency programs. But the hospitals are spending a huge amount of money on these programs, and they're not necessarily able to provide a residency program for every single new graduate hire that they have. So I really believe that studying this whole issue of the need for residency programs is something that needs to be considered within the broad outline of nursing education.
I'd like to comment on that. We have a... Yvonne, can you just speak up, please? Thank you. I'm sorry. At Seton Family of Hospitals, we've invested in an 18 to 24-week residency, RN residency. And the pushback when our network CNO proposed this to leadership was certainly the non-productive time and how that impacts budgets. To have a nurse out of productivity 18 to 24 weeks is significant. However, I think it's incumbent on us as practice and educators to really work together to create the business case that we need to have and the talking points that we need to have in order to help operators who are not often non-clinical individuals but business people understand the value as it relates to the impact on retention. And that was really how we were able to begin as a pilot and quickly then expanded to all 9 of our hospitals. There's a requirement that any new nurse a year or less of experience goes through the residency program. And we have seen a significant change in our turnover, as well as the quality of the applicants is significant, even though we can attribute some of the volume of interest in our organization perhaps to the change in the economic situation, but we had about 11 to 12 applicants for every position that we wanted to fill this year.
That's good, really.
And I know in our area that students are looking for that. I mean, that's one of the things they look at when they want to, where they want to go to work at.
Right.
So we no longer have sign-on bonuses.
We're sorry. Your conference is ending now. Please hang up.
So we don't have, I mean, it's the business case. Organizations in some places have still continued to offer sign-on bonuses. We haven't had a sign-on bonus since 2006. Our recruitment efforts have significantly diminished, and so all of that plays into how you present it to the leadership and what the return on the investment is.
It's good, and it's a mentoring. It's a lifelong. It's the start
Absolutely.
of a good mentoring
It is,
for those
absolutely.
new grads.
And you're going to pay one way or the other.
Yeah, that's
You're
right.
either going to pay up front to get the people you need and get them to stay, or you're going to have this turnover and you're going to keep paying for a variety of individuals.
And the churn is, it has a significant impact on safety and finance.
Sure.
And I think that's those are the kinds of things that you have to begin to talk about and help your academic partners ask those questions, because often, your practice partners ask those questions because often I don't think that they really know enough about what the gap is and how to address it to even have the conversations with the people who are decision makers in the organization.
Right. And Joan, I appreciate your comments kind of clarifying, because we had, the committee had heard that there was some resistance, and so I certainly understand if it was basically a student evaluation and driven by students, then I think, it could be a little trepidation.
Right,
there.
and also from the academic side, you now have these clinicals out there that students are refusing to go to. Where do you place them all?
Right.
So...
Right. So I think Eileen's committee, I think, will have a good handle on developing some objective criteria that all facilities would welcome being evaluated on. So that's really good feedback for us.
So would it help if we were to disseminate your draft of your instrument to our facilities in our area?
I'll see if I can get a hold of it, because I think once the hospital said they weren't going to support it, I think we kind of nixed it. So I'll go back through all my minutes and notes and see if I can find it, and I'll just send it to you, and then you can get it to your committee.
Right. Something that we would want to put in there. Well, we certainly do want input from the clinical agencies on this. At the bottom, then, you'll just see our objectives we had for the year, the timeline, and our status. And on the back page, you'll see the objectives for the next year that we're going to be working on. So I don't know if you want to vote on that recommendation, or if Elizabeth needs to check it out more.
Chris, what do you see as the most appropriate way to address the concern? Should some kind of communication come from the coordinating board? Should ACORN recommend to the coordinating board that this be done? Okay.
And that's...
Would you like to make that motion, Eileen?
I certainly would.
Is there a second to that motion?
I second it.
Pat seconds the motion. Is there any more discussion about the motion, which would be to recommend to the coordinating board that a communication, either in the form of letter or some other form of communication, be sent to the deans and directors of the 14 programs that are not nationally accredited, encouraging their consideration of seeking national accreditation to promote excellence in nursing programs in Texas. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion passed. So,
Eileen, can you just give us a sense of, why, obviously schools are aware of national accreditation and it may be a budget issue, but what are some obvious benefits to this? I mean, what are the disadvantages of not having this national accreditation versus having the accreditation in terms of status among peers, national dissemination of information? Tell us some things that you see as it being worth those schools' efforts to get the national accreditation.
Well, I think in a lot of times the national standards support the program having adequate resources, because and you can use that as leverage a lot of times to get things that you obviously need. So it sets those kinds of standards. I think that it helps the student who's going there be assured that there's a continuous quality improvement process in place. That's a big part of national accreditation, that you have to have some kind of systematic program plan, program evaluation plan. And so I mean, some programs will have that anyway, but that's a benefit, I think, to the students, that they certainly would know that that's inherent. Other things that people
For graduate school, for that BSN program, they cannot go on to graduate. Most graduate schools have that as admission criteria, that you graduated from an accredited school. And also some of those RN to BSN programs that would facilitate them have that same requirement for the ADM programs that they go. And I know for us, for our faculty, when we look back at faculty we're hiring through their transcript, we look to make sure that every school they graduated from had national accreditation. So it has individual benefits.
The armed services looks
I
like
know
that.
that when we had a community colleges division at the coordinating board, we looked at this issue a lot and stopped short of making it a requirement that if national accreditation in any discipline is the norm, that every school have to be accredited. And I think we went all the way up to the legal counsel who said that we couldn't do that. I know we haven't looked at that. It's been at least, 5, 7 years. So, well, I'm glad that your language is that it be
encouraged,
strongly encourages.
I think it's just something that the state should endorse, or as colleagues to our other stakeholders in nursing education, it is the right thing to do, because it does give us not only an opportunity to see how we stand in light of these standards, which are certainly in compliance with our Board of Nursing, which now certainly endorses the fact if we are accredited, then we have gone at least at not only in meeting the state's standards, but over and beyond how we compare nationally. My assumption is when we look at graduation rates, which is now a universal indicator for institutional outcomes, regardless of the discipline, then it can only make us better, and I think it will help us to become more consistent with a dialogue, because at least we start at a common base, and that's what the accreditation does. It's just the right thing to do for your students and your graduates.
And the citizens of the state.
Huh?
And the recipients of the care.
Absolutely, it should. Now, we know there are a lot of issues because when you look at different methodologies and pedagogy and so forth, we know there are all kinds of ways, and we're testing all these models, but I think it is moving us toward a common realization, and perhaps we'll be stronger. And there's one school that I have certainly offered my assistance, and I'm consider myself a mentor to them, because they are very big and they produce very fine graduates, but there's always this question of why isn't your institution accredited, so they are looking at it, one of those 14. Maybe I was just wondering if it might be something user-friendly that we might do, is if there is a school in our region that we might assign ourselves to have a dialogue with them from a friendly perspective, where it's not intimidating.
Good idea.
Okay.
Armed services.
Yeah, if you're going to be a graduate and support it. Right.
Is there any restrictions on in employment when you don't graduate from a national?
Sometimes public health is one.
For the VA.
The VA, definitely.
Accredited in a bachelor's degree.
I think the Public Health Service, which is still federal.
Indian Health Service.
Indian Health Service.
I think certain positions within certain organizations specify that, particularly in positions where the individual is going to be in a more hired into a leadership position. So along with the advanced degree requirement, then sometimes I see the requirement for the graduation from an accredited college or university, national accredited college or university.
And you have input into the voice. When you are an accredited institution, you are a member. So therefore, you have input into these standardizations.
And you're really in touch with what's going on within the whole profession, not just within 30 miles or 100 miles of you. And I think that makes a big difference, too.
You have to meet national standards rather than just state. And faculty credentials are more rigorously reviewed with accreditation versus the Board of Nursing.
Also, SACS accreditation, I don't know about the other regional bodies, but I believe, isn't there a certain percentage they expect an institution with these professional programs, how many of those secondary accreditations are there? And I think for an institution to meet its SACS requirements. So there are all kinds of, I think, connections. And to get some grants to apply to HRSA.
That's true.
That's a really big one. If you're not accredited, you cannot apply to HRSA.
That's a very good point, Betty.
Yep. All right.
Talk to those presidents about money.
Right.
Veronica, did you have
I have a question, and this may be a little far-fetched, but I'm interested in knowing the nursing programs that are not nationally accredited. What about their counterparts within the institution? Are any of the other programs nationally accredited?
We really didn't have those data.
Okay.
I'm sure we can dig it up if we need to.
Because I just wonder, is it across the campus, or just health science directed, or just what?
And it's more than just not having money. It takes work, and sometimes faculty just don't have the leadership or the guidance to do all that work.
Thank you.
Okay. Betty. Thank you very much.
And for those of you who are new on our committee, our next meeting will be July 28th at 1:30 via conference call.
Central thing, right?
Pardon me?
That central thing.
Oh, yes. Are you on?
Mountain.
Oh, okay. Yes, Central.
And new committee members are Yvonne, Esperanza, and Veronica on excellence. Is there anyone else?
Oh, it's at the bottom.
And Joy. Okay.
And is the conference bridge information available someplace?
I'm sorry, what?
Is the conference call information the bridge?
I will email it out to
great.
you.
Thank you.
As soon as I get it from you. Elizabeth's always great about setting that up.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Patricia, do you have
I'll just give a brief report. I don't have a report to hand out. Our committee only met briefly for one phone
This is
call.
retention.
This is retention and graduation subcommittee. Just to note here on the handout you were given about the membership, the co-chair is Mary Beth Thomas. So
Sorry, Mary Beth. I threw it together. I apologize.
Assist me in this process. Our committee, as I said, only met briefly, and our charge for that meeting was to approve the establishment of a sub-task force on retention of Hispanic, recruitment and retention of Hispanic nursing students. And some members for that sub-task force of the subcommittee were suggested to us, and Esperanza is a member. And at this time, that committee has only met once. Dr. Josefina Lujan is the chair of that committee, and they're planning...
That task force?
I'm sorry. Task force has only met once, and Josefina Lujan is the chair, and they will be meeting again in August, was her message to me. And they have looked very in-depthly at retention already, because many of the members have done a lot of work in that area, but now their focus is going to be more on recruitment.
Thank you, Pat. And that subcommittee submitted a very lengthy report a couple of meetings ago, an 8-page report, and they are going back to prioritize that so they can come forth with exactly what they want to focus on for their assigned meetings for this year. So
Actually, the chairs met this morning and did do that.
And did do
so
that.
we've narrowed it down to 3 objectives that work with the Texas team report. And those are to analyze graduation rates, to identify best practices for retention efforts and develop minimal standards for retention efforts, and to develop a plan for recruitment and retention of Hispanic students to better reflect the population of Texas. So we originally last year, for those people who are new to the committee, had 6 objectives that we were working on, and now we have it down to 3. We've completed the others. Or we've turfed them to another committee, which is always... Anything else, Mary Beth?
Patricia, if you could email those to Elizabeth so she could put them in the minutes, that would be great. Anna, do you want to give any kind of report or research?
Just a little bit, I guess. The research committee has focused kind of on the funded grants that are in process right now, and on some alignment of measurement across those grants and communication amongst the grantees. They've also established a website that has information about the grants that they're keeping up. And then I served, and I guess I got kind of recruited into this conversation a little bit on a sub-task force on the idea of looking into transition from education into practice, and whether or not to replicate a nursing executive center study on bridging the education practice gap, and we had a group meeting on that, and I guess Mary Beth is going to go into a little bit more detail. The long and the short of it was that there were some concerns about the study itself that we'd want to look at, that in the immediate future we'd need more resources and a home to launch that study if we were to replicate it. So that was an issue. And then the committee also gave some feedback to Chris and the coordinating board as to some things that they've learned from having grants that they'd like to see addressed. For example, having a longer period of time to execute the grant so that they can have time to launch and plan the grant once it's awarded. Use of outside evaluators is kind of a standard requirement. And Beth Mancini wanted us to think about the tension between grants that are, for innovations versus those in which we've shown that something is has been validated as a best practice and might be replicated, as an innovation in some other location, and whether some of the funding might be directed in that way. So.
And research may have some recommendations that they want us to discuss at the next meeting after we kind of sort through all of that, and they have a chance to meet again. I think so. And we'll see what comes out of that. And that kind of leads right into Mary Beth's report on the review of the DELCs.
Yeah, let me start first, though. I'm also supposed to report on that subcommittee of the research looking at the survey.
Okay.
And I was part of the subcommittee, and they had 2 conference calls. They talked about it. Everyone seemed like it was a good idea, but nobody had the manpower or the resources to implement this study. I also looked at the survey, and I had some issues with their methodology. I think there's a debate about the methodology. They made some pretty striking comments in this report, how unsatisfied nurse administrators were with students. However, in their Likert scale, I called the researcher, in their Likert scale, they had 10 to agree, strongly disagree, disagree, strongly disagree.
10 to
strongly disagree, 10 to disagree. And they purposefully made it 6 points so they could decide, do you agree or not agree? That's why they had it six choices. But they left out all of the 10 to agree on how satisfied the nursing executives were. And if you put that data in there, they were, if you did, do dichotomy, they were satisfied. It changed the results dramatically. That's just and then there's debate about, well, maybe we usually don't. The committee agreed to not include the 10 to agree. There's all that methodological issue. That's not the point. The point is the committee felt like we really couldn't do it at this time. In the same time frame, and that's some of the things we talked about yesterday, is everybody's doing a lot for nursing education. We have all these bodies. We've got Team Texas. We've got the business community, TNA, the board, coordinating board. Everybody's doing a lot of things, and we really can't afford to do replication or duplication, I think. There's always going to be blending, and we want sharing, but I think we need to really look at where we put our resources. So in the meantime, the DELCs are being developed, we're reviewing them, and we are going to employers to have them comment on our competencies, and we at the board feel like that should be our priority in terms of showing employers the Texas competencies that all education programs are going to be held to. So that is...
Mary Beth, can I stop you just a minute? Could you tell some of the new members a little bit about the Nurse Executive Study, that it's a national group doing a study?
It's a national group.
This is the study that we're talking about.
Yeah, it's a national group, and they're composed of, they're privately funded through hospitals, and they do research. So this is just one of lots of different kinds of research.
And part of the advisory board, and I think the advisory board provides research services for maybe more than health care. They're located and headquartered in Washington, D.C., and hospitals in particular really look to the advisory board and this group to give us information about the challenges that we experience. And I really appreciate your comment about the survey document, but what I also want to reflect on is how often or regularly I heard from the practice representatives when I was a dean at Austin Community College about the preparation gap, which we know exists. I think we have to just acknowledge it because we just talked about the value of residencies. And that's the reality, is that there is a practice preparation gap, or we wouldn't have need for residency. So whether it's dissatisfied or not, there is this piece where we recognize we can't just hire a nurse who graduated last Friday and put him or her before a complex group of patients to take care of. And I think maybe it's the way the questions are asked, but we just don't have the ability to do that.
Yeah. I think there definitely needs to be a dialogue, definitely, and I think that is probably best in each individual school, dialoguing with their partners. But that's what we want to do with the DELCs, is to also begin discussion. These are what we're requiring our educational programs. Is this what you all see as beneficial to your entry?
And I think that is just critical and across the state, because I think it may vary, but I think you'll see very common themes which our education partners have struggled with. It is this clinical decision-making, critical thinking, not very much about the skills. It really is performing in a complex environment, able to make decisions, able to communicate, be assertive, the kinds of things that you always hear that is so important. We don't ask, can the nurse do an injection?
2 weeks on bed baths would not be wise use of our time.
Yeah. Right. And so I think, whatever is done to capture and maybe draw benefit from this report, which I know has been widely disseminated among practice folk. And I don't think that anyone in our organization would tend to argue about the results, because, dissatisfied perhaps is a difficult word. But it is a fact that I would choose a different word, but it is the truth that we just can't take a new nurse and put him or her at the bedside. And the reality is that business people who run hospitals have a difficult time sometimes understanding why that's not the case. And even a document like this has its benefit within a practice environment to make the business case.
If I could just comment, those satisfactions, dissatisfactions of nurse managers looking at new grads, they are really, when you look at the items in that survey, that the manager is making a judgment, maybe based on an adequate sample, maybe not, of the behaviors of this new grad. But in my mind, one way to to think about it is that the new grad has to get into that practice setting before that kind of evaluation can be done, so that we can simulate all we want, and we can get as close to it as we possibly can get. But the realities of practice, in a way, it seems to me, you have to have that new graduate in that reality before you can really make an assessment. And I think part of the practice gap is just that in education, we actually don't have the opportunity to have our students in the reality of practice because of the way our clinical placements are structured. That's one thing. But I was looking, for example, at Case Western Reserve School of Nursing, which has always been an innovator. And they start their freshman students in clinical before they've even had any basic science. And to me, I mean, one of the fascinating things is they've got clinical that they can put them into, you know? So I just feel like the residency programs are absolutely necessary, but to me the question is, how can we evaluate our students' competence when they're not in the reality of real practice? And with the kind of clinical placements that we're able to give them today.
That's my 2 cents. I know these discussions go on all the time. Again, in the medical center where you have all these, phenomenal magnet facilities, the belief is that I think each institution wants a graduate that's going to act, talk, move like their facility. So it's like matching them for their facility sometimes more than matching them to what I believe the whole, professional nursing phenomenon. Also, too, we know there are differences in educational outcomes. We have these different modalities leading to the registered nurse. That is a reality. That is the truth. And so I hope in the DELCs we are taking that into consideration, because I think if that one phenomenon is clarified with some suggestive ways of knowing for that graduate and how they should fit into the workplace, then we start measuring. It makes up the workforce, and that's one thing the business side and all the different groups have not really come to grip with. And it is something that in nursing education we know we have, and we need to appreciate what we have to the point of clarifying how should our product be actually applied in the workplace and toward continuing education. And as I said, it is what it is. But it could be made more negotiable and I think representative of our education. So
I think that is an issue.
If that could come out of this body, I think it would be
that is an issue. And again, I think moving into a practice environment to magnet-type institutions, when I started to talk with the nursing leaders and the COOs, I was very surprised at the lack of understanding about the various levels of preparation of nurses and their expectation that if I hire an RN, I have hired an RN, and that there would be no difference in the competencies and educational preparation if this was an RN that graduated with an associate's degree, an accelerated program that ended with a master's degree. They were all the same, and so the expectation was the same. And it was really remarkable that people still in practice don't understand that. And so, are they dissatisfied with what they perceive to be the new grad, or what the reality is based on the outcome of the graduate at the time he or she completes the program?
I would like for Judy to comment just a little bit, too, since she has a little bit different perspective. How large is Cuero?
49 beds.
49 beds. So that's a little bit different than the Seton system about the kind of new graduates. And you get new graduates from a variety of programs.
I do. And I tend to agree with you, Betty, because what you see is that you've got to mold that student. You know, they come out with the basic core competencies because they've graduated and they've passed the boards. But then you've got to mold them to fit into your institution. And I think that that's what some employers don't have the time to do, or the energy or the resources to make that student or that RN what they want for that institution. And the residency programs are phenomenal, and that's where they become that person that they want them to be.
Thank you. Very good.
With that, I was hoping that Eileen, she's gone, could talk to you about the DELCI. She's chair of the ACE committee, and I thought she'd provide an overview. Susie Sportsman here, she'll help me kind of give you just a quick update on the DELCIs. I had told Chris and Leanne this was going to take 5 minutes, and I guess I was wrong.
We gave you more than 5 minutes. I said there'll be discussion.
And Eileen had to leave because of her plane. So
the DELCI work group is a subcommittee of the ACE, and they have met several times, and these ladies, we're all women, except for Paul, our staff person, come and spend 3 days. We've met 3 or 4 different times. Our last meeting was 3 days, full days, going over the competencies, word by word by word. And it's been a lot of work. They've been, the template is essentially the same. We have the basic core competency, but we also have the knowledge and clinical judgments and behaviors, so the template's the same. Let me stop and back up. For those of you who don't know, the DELCIs were originated in probably 91. They started out as the NEAC. Were you at the board at that time? Started out as a NEAC, and they're phenomenal in that you've gotten the educational programs to come together and agree on a core set of competencies for LVNs, ADNs, and BSNs. And it's evolved through the years. Now, one of the things that I really have kind of beat to death is this piece about employer buy-in. There has always been, this document has been sent to employers, but I don't know how much employers understand it or want to go through it, have the opportunity, but now we're really looking at truly developing a mechanism to get some buy-in. So we've changed. We have really focused on the IOM competencies. We've got the essentials included. We've got NLN. We've looked at CUSIN. We've got several references that we've gone back to. We have regrouped the competencies to look at member of a profession, which was there before. We now are a provider of patient-centered care, which the concept more is in line with IOM. We have a patient safety advocate section, which is a whole new section, and then a focus on the healthcare team. So IOM written all over it. We are essentially, we're sending these to ACE to review. I think the majority of our work has been done in terms of the competencies. We will now send them and distribute them to all of the educational programs. The educational programs are familiar with the DELCIs. We're renaming the DELCIs. And this is an important distinction. I think the discussion on the practice education gap is outdated language, and we need to talk about transition. And I think that concept is a beautiful one because it's all about the graduate transitioning into their new role. So where are they in that process? And as we've discussed, they're all in different areas. So the DELCs are going to be renamed somehow with the word transition in there to highlight that significance. So actually Anna came and spoke to the work group, and we're going to be talking about how's the best way to integrate this with employers and get employer buy-in. We hope that we will be beginning to have the forums and discussions probably January, February.
Would you consider having some of these sessions outside
Yes.
some of the healthcare agencies?
Yes.
Because they really want to meet
We've
the Board of
actually
Nursing.
talked about doing it regionally. We want this to be included into the Texas team,
Good.
to ACORN. I am truly believe we need to all work together. And, you know, that's easy to say. Trying to operationalize that's sometimes a little bit difficult. But, yes, we're going to be looking at how we do our outreach. And our work group has committed to help carrying that part out, too, into the different regions.
If I could just add, and speaking of beating a dead horse, but I think we should all be proud that Texas, despite all our various committees and so forth, we are in fact evolving, and this committee was a perfect example. Because of the coordinating board, my school had the opportunity to deal or to begin to develop a competency transcript, and it was based. The idea was it was to be based on the DELCs. And as we began that process, it became pretty obvious that it was the differentiation between the diploma, associate degree, and the baccalaureate made the diploma or the baccalaureate had to have a much higher level of practice as defined. And as we began to talk about this in this committee, we spent a lot of time talking about what differences are there when they graduate, and what differences are they when they after they have transitioned for some period of time. And I think the research would suggest that the differences, the differentiation in the various groups of students are different the longer they are out from graduation. And so we really worked on knowing, since Benner says, you know, it takes 2 or 3 years for somebody to get to the competence level, we really tried to work on the language and to identify that transitional piece. And so, you know, because of things that was done in the coordinating board, and then because of what's happened here, and because of what's happened at the board, I think we are making progress. So it will be interesting to see whether you agree that we have tried to work on the language so that it provides that transition piece.
That's good. Mary Beth, are there practice?
Yes, we have
on the work group?
Yes, we have Kim Judd from Lubbock. We have Diane Moy, who's with Dishes, and then Dad's representative, Beth Skinner, I think is her last name.
And then somebody from School Health.
In School Health, that's right.
That's good.
Yeah.
Good. Excellent. Do we have any other comments or questions for Mary Beth or Susie?
So you said January, February is when it will be reviewed, and then when do you anticipate that going to
The board? If we're lucky, April.
So will you discuss it at Deans and Directors?
Oh, yes, ma'am. That's part of our rollout. We're trying to actually, Deans and Directors, Taveney.
Yeah.
One of the things I told the group yesterday, what's really interesting on the VN is the last time these were done, which was in 2002, the LVNs were, the boards were detached. Now LVNs have a scope of practice, and we've changed the LVN competencies to be inclusive of the patient's family, and they don't have to necessarily work in structured healthcare environments, that there is some latitude for them to be out, home health and such, based on the NCLEX test plan, which looks at where LVNs are. So there's a change in the scope of the LVN practice that you'll see reflected in these new DELCs. The rollout's going to be key, important, and we do welcome and want everybody's feedback.
Thank you very much. It's a monumental task every time we redo these, and it's taken us a few years to start calling them DELC, because for several years afterwards they were NEAC, NEAC, NEAC,
Yeah.
and now you're expecting us to call them something else.
Okay, I hope to have a good acronym in mind.
Well, that's a challenge.
Okay, well, thank you very much. The next item on the agenda is discussion of ethnicity and financial aid data from the 2008 graduation rates. Pat and Chris.
This is actually a response to something a request from our last meeting. By the way, this is agenda item number 8, and it's in your packet. Let me wait a minute so you can get that. At our last meeting, we kind of discussed in some detail the 2000 graduation rates for the initial licensure programs in the state. And of course, they have been somewhat controversial. And Beth Mancini had asked that we try to align these graduation rates with other kind of key characteristics of individual nursing programs. And I submitted a request to our Educational Data Center that can take a lot of different characteristics of student data by individual programs and develop some interesting statistics for us. And we have attempted just at the very high level to do that today, and Pat and I are going to discuss them and then I think refer them to the Retention and Success Committee for further analysis. And let me talk about the legal sheets, because that's kind of where I start. And the legal sheet shows how key characteristics align for each school. We have the graduation class size based on the cohort that we use to calculate the graduation rates. It doesn't represent all the graduates, just the cohort of the students that we calculated graduation rates. The graduation rate for that school in 2008, the percentage of admitted students self-identifying as Black or Hispanic, that's called percentage ethnicity. Of course, we all have ethnicity, but for closing the gaps, the two targeted groups that we want to look at are Hispanics and Blacks. And by the way, those definitions are U.S. Department of Education definitions. Some people may be offended by the word Black or Hispanic during this politically correct area, but again, we're using the definitions that are applied by the Department of Education. And finally, a percentage of admitted students receiving financial aid. So here are some very general findings, which is on the next kind of letter-sized sheet. And again, I think we're just beginning to grasp what we can do with this information. But basically, from a cohort of about 8,500 admitted students, 32% identified themselves as Hispanic or Black. The percentage does not reflect the combined statewide population of both groups. That's about 47%. And in previous analysis that we have done, we've determined that among the Black nursing student population, we're fairly compatible with the state population, but where we see that gap is really in the Hispanic student population. So we are really underrepresented in nursing among the Hispanic population. From a cohort of about 8,597 admitted students, 61% received some kind of financial aid. And we looked at over basically a 3-year period because academic years students can be enrolled for 3 years in a 2-year program even if they graduate on time, depending on which semester they first enroll in. And we see that they're fairly evenly distributed among those 3 years, and I think Pat's going to give us more information about the impact of that distribution and availability of financial aid in just a minute. And then again, there was some interest in folks talking about foreign residents and how oftentimes they, as foreign students or not born in the United States students, come into this country and they create problems in nursing education, language problems, reading comprehension, cultural problems within clinical sightings, yada, yada, yada. And generally, they do not report as foreign residents, it appears, because there's only about 3% of our nursing population are self-identify themselves as foreign residents. They may identify themselves, say, as Asian, Black, or possibly Indian, or any of the other groups.
Pacific Islander.
Specific Islander, yes. But they're not identifying themselves as foreign residents. So 89% are Texas residents in the state, which is probably a pretty good sign for Texas, because generally we find that a lot of people born here and instructed here tend to stay here. At least that's true in many cases in medicine. Hopefully that's true in nursing too, in terms of our retention issue. And that concludes what I see as some broad analysis of these individual schools based on ethnicity and financial aid, and I would hope that the Retention and Success Committee will do a little more work on this. There's plenty to be had, and there are different ways of breaking it down by 1-year program and 2-year programs and other indicators. I only gave you partial columns within this spreadsheet that could be manipulated.
And I guess before we go to the second legal letter size page, which talks about ethnicity and financial aid for 1- and 2-year programs, I just wanted to mention that after listening to Chris talk, I think what our committee really needs to do is to break it out as true percentages of Hispanic students, true percentages of Black students, and the reflection in the total population, so that we can really see how underrepresented the Hispanic student is, and that's something our group still needs to do. But we just got this data recently, not to make excuses, but you know. And I went on vacation, which is very important. Anyway, so if you look at the ethnicity and financial aid information for the 1- and 2-year programs, and this is from the data that was done for the 2008 graduation rates, you can see that the findings for the 1-year program, the community colleges had the largest number of 1-year programs of admittees, and university and health-related had such small numbers that there wasn't any interpretation we could make about that data. They just had such small numbers of 1-year programs, so we didn't attempt to do that. Overall, though, community college admittees to 1-year programs had a 55% success rate for graduation. And for those community college admittees self-identifying in the following categories, you can see their varying rates for graduation. And as you can see, there are 61% who self-identified as white were able to graduate. It's 43% for Black, 54% for Hispanic. Asian was the lowest in this category. It was only 37.5, and then other was 50, and international apparently did pretty well at 82% for their graduation. Financial assistance for community college admittees did not appear to be a factor in student success. They had those admittees with no financial aid had a 57% graduation rate. 1 year of financial aid, the graduation rate was 49%, and 2 years of financial aid, it was 57%. So it really didn't vary enough, we thought, to make any big interpretation. If you could just flip over, then the table that follows goes over that data, and you can probably do more in-depth interpretation than we've done at this time. If you flip over then to the next letter size page that has dialogue on it, there are the findings for the 2-year programs. And statewide, when viewed by ethnicity, they had a 70.5% graduation rate. And the students that seemed to do the best in graduation rate. As you can see, there were students who self-identified as white. I thought it was very significant and something for our group to follow up on, and I sure would take the comments from this group and any recommendations for this group to look at how black students are doing, because they don't have a 50% success rate, and Asians and the group identified as other have barely much more success. So it seems that we really need to do some in-depth views of how ethnicity is affecting graduation rates in the state, and any discussion would be appreciated.
Do you think, Pat, that some of the students who classify themselves as black are also international students?
Yes,
because
absolutely.
Nigerian
Right.
students
Right.
who are
Right, and
African students
And they usually do poorer
because of the language.
Because of the language.
And some cultural issues
Right.
as well. I mean, I don't know, but to me that would be part of the issue. We might look at them as international students, but if they're self-reporting, they may look at that and say, I'm black, I'm reporting myself as a black
One
student.
of the ways that we are trying to drill down in my own college, because I think it's an issue for us, is to look at where they went to secondary school. If they went to high school in Nigeria versus, is there any way that the coordinating board has that data?
I think we can, if they're from they're from a high school in Nigeria. I know we can link them to Texas schools, high schools, but I'm not sure we can link them to other. Other might be out of state, which might not mean that much, but I'm not sure we have out of country.
Well, we're trying to, and we haven't gotten very far, but we're trying to drill down to be able to see if people maybe were in a foreign country for their high school, graded to this country, or either green card citizen, whatever they are, and then do some community college or us or something. But they're I mean, it was sort of a marker as a way to try to see if, to differentiate, because our observation is that there is some difference.
Betty? Certainly this has been one of my big, discussions. And several weeks ago when GIAC met, I know they were discussing the same issue. And as you indicated, Chris, the coordinating board follows the national designations, and it does give distorted outcomes. Now, in our respective college, we do ask the students to self-report, and we have 8 different ethnic groups in our college. The African American group is less than 40% among the entire enrollment, and we're looking at almost 600 students at upper division or graduate level. A third of that group is from Nigeria or related countries, Ghana and Kenya, a couple of other areas. The Nigerians tend to dominate in numbers, but they all get listed as blacks if they self-report that way. So this becomes really, it is a reality. I think when you are showing this, it ultimately does have some outcomes on graduation rates. At the same time, if given time, these individuals do usually excel, and you are also responsible for how they adapt in the workplace, because sometimes there is a relationship later on. So it is truly, as we become more global, and as we have just more migration of people, we cannot overlook the melting pot, especially of these different ethnic groups, and so black is not just black, and I keep trying to say it, but I think I need to go to the federal level because it is really a barrier.
Yes.
African American is no longer there, so therefore it has gotten lost in that entire distinction. And I think, and so we don't know how many are not finishing high school, how many are not getting through college, and we know those numbers have decreased. And African American professional nurses, it's a flat it's a flat relationship. And I think the only group that has really looked at this is the Black Nurses Association, where they are truly counting the different ethnic groups. So I wish we could at least wrestle with this a bit and try to at least raise some questions that perhaps the coordinating board might take to the legislature and might even take, to have some influence at the federal level.
I suspect the interventions for retention may be some different. And but we're not sure, because there are many who fill in that category who do very well. And some that don't, it's just not clear.
And to follow up on Betty's point, the state of Florida does collect the data differently, and that may be one state that Texas could look to. You identify, because I went to graduate school there, you could identify as island black, which meant that you came from one of the islands immediate around Florida. They had different categories. We might want to look to Florida, but all those points well taken. Black, Asian, and other and international still have the lowest graduation rates, and are groups that we need to look to, because it's significantly different between 77% for whites and 68% for Hispanics, down to the 51%. So the second factor was financial assistance, and that's for two-year schools. It seems to demonstrate that the more financial assistance you have, the better off you're going to do in nursing school, and that's a broad sweep statement. But no financial aid, 69% was their graduation rate, and if they had more than 2 years of financial aid, their graduation rate increased to 78%. And again, that had to do with the counting year and the year that they came in as to whether they had more than 2 years of financial aid. And that's all the data we've gotten so far.
I would just say it may be also a good idea for this kind of data to compare it with other disciplines in higher ed. I think you'll see similarities with the ethnic groups and their graduation rates.
That's a good point.
What did you think of the issue of financial aid as for 1 year and 2 year programs? We had kind of different results there. It seemed to show that there was some benefit for students enrolled in 2 year programs to have sort of a continuity of financial aid, but not really much for those in the LVN to RN program, which I translate to 1 year program. Any thoughts on that? How we might?
I just wanted to point out too that look at the difference in their success rate. If 1 year programs only have a 55% success rate, and the 2 year programs had a 70.5% success rate. So there'd be a lot of factors going on there besides financial aid.
Now,
I think there could be.
Go ahead. I just want to be sure the percentage rates are in the target times that that the coordinating board has set. It doesn't mean that some of these don't ultimately graduate.
Right.
So, I just want to be sure.
And is the 1 year component strictly the LVN to RN, or?
Yes.
That's the only program
pretty
you
much.
can finish in 1 year.
1 year.
I think there's a lot of things that are going on with that group and why financial aid doesn't assist them. First of all, they need a different kind of financial aid. They need living financial aid, not scholarship money. So they tend to work. And that's what really does them in, because they have a level of bills that they come in with, and they have to work a certain amount to pay that level of bills, and more importantly, keep their health insurance. They also are people that may have used up lots of financial aid over a period of time, and they may not be eligible for any more financial aid. Because, we have a lot of people who have to appeal just to get a little bit in that program, because they may have started right out of high school, used up lots of hours, and then by the time they figured out they wanted to go into health care, they used up the rest of their hours in the LVN program. So they may not be eligible for a whole lot. But I think there's a huge difference in that population and the generic population.
Saying there may be other variables going on than just financial aid.
We offer the LVN to BSN, which takes 4 semesters if you've done all your prerequisites. We have difficulty getting them to complete the FAFSA and to apply for some funding. just don't understand, why they don't. They just tend to not do it. There's also the statewide professional grant, which is allowed. LVNs can get if they are pursuing a higher degree, but they just oftentimes will not apply for those funds. So they do. I agree. It's the same factors. And usually they have other family responsibilities that sometimes the generic students don't have. They're caring for.
And they're often single parents and
Yeah.
have just a multiplicity of things that they have to deal with that many of the generic students don't have to
Except for the VA, their jobs are not necessarily amenable to their attempt to continue their education. That's sometimes the biggest factor. And as you say, if they lose their health insurance or they are not given a change in work schedule, they really have barriers beyond.
Yeah, they do.
They do. I mean, I have a large percentage that get off work at 7 o'clock in the morning, and they're in clinicals at 7 o'clock in the morning. They'll leave work a half hour early, show up, 15 minutes late for clinical or whatever, and they haven't slept. So you're finding they're not safe in clinical, and they're not being successful not only in the theory component, they're not being successful in the clinical component as well, because they just can't do it.
And that would be really interesting because actually, our students have, our LVN to ADN students have much more difficulty in clinical as a general rule than generic students do.
And they shouldn't.
They really should be a little bit
They
more
should not.
Right, but they do.
They do.
But they just have a whole other set of issues.
We found out, we did a little study too, that we took a sample of the generic RN licensees and then the LVN to RN, and there was double the amount of practice discipline in the LVN to the RN.
They have to unlearn a lot.
I think that is unlearn.
If that's such a term.
Now that's profound.
Transition.
That may be profound, Betty. I never had thought of that before. I mean, I know there was maybe some disconnect in roles, but unlearn may
I think
be
it
part
has
of
to do with the workplace that their vast majority of practice is in.
They've only worked in one little tunnel.
Or so many of them work in long-term care now, and I think they end up in situations in long-term care that force them to do things that they were taught not to do, that by virtue of the situation they have to do, and then that becomes the way they do things, and then when they get into this program, they're like trapped because way back here, somebody taught them, no, you don't do it that way, but for the last 10 years, they've had to do this to survive.
Or a lot of them move up, if they've been in long-term care, they have a position waiting for them in administration as soon as they graduate from the LVN to RN program, and they're not ready for it.
Because they don't want to delegate at all.
Right, and that could be part of it as well.
Interesting to see their settings.
Yeah, you're right. It's just really lots of... But Barbara solved her problem because she stopped her program.
I mean, those who graduate do phenomenally well, and I've known some to go on to their PhD that I've mentored.
Right. But it is a struggle.
Nutrition is high, and I know we're paying a price, but at the same time, it's a reward if they have a great employer who really works with them. So the VA, MD Anderson, seem to do the best job, I think, of really embracing their employees and giving them a really great base in which to grow continually. But if they don't have that employer support, they get eaten up.
And sometimes they don't have enough support at home.
Yeah. Right.
They're the mainstay at home, and who is there to help them?
Yeah, that's true.
Thank you, Pat and Chris. Okay, our next agenda item is discussion of data collection changes for calculating future graduation rates, something we're all interested in because it has to do with money. And Chris and Doug Parker, who I think came in.
Doug, you want to come up? This is Doug Parker. He maybe kind of infamous to you because he's always...
Oh, is that a setup?
You know, like your graduation rates go to Doug Parker. So, he's the director of the Educational Data Center. And our division that Elizabeth and Donna and I work in, Academic Affairs and Research, works quite closely with the Education Data Center in doing the will of the legislature, which, as you recall, was to calculate graduation rates every year. Doug, do you want to say anything, or should I just kind of move on with what I'd like to talk about, or do you have rather explain?
Now that we've set you up so well, Doug.
Yes. I might also mention, since we're at the end of our meeting, Janice McIver, stand up, Janice. Janice McIver has run all the data for any of the reports.
Please come and sit at the table. Sure.
On nursing for the coordinating board. She's one of our PITs. Well, as you recall, we've only calculated 2 annual graduation rates, kind of a trial graduation rate in 2007 and a graduation rate in 2008. And we based those graduation rates on data that we asked from the registrars. It was a specific request for student data in order to calculate those graduation rates. And at the time that we asked for this information, we acknowledged that the student records were somewhat redundant because the data really already existed in some data submitted as to the coordinating board as the student data report, which is CBMO1. We're getting into the fancy lingo here. And at the end of the memo, the board stated that in the future, it would rely on data routinely submitted for future calculations of graduation rates. That is a subset of what is currently submitted every year by the institution, in this particular case, on students enrolled in nursing education. And, well, the future appears to be now. There's an interest on the part of the board to use the student data that is submitted routinely in this report to use to calculate those graduation rates again, rather than a separate request to the institutions for this special cohort of students who would graduate as initial licensure students. And today, I'd like to get your feedback on the types of categories of coding nursing students for those calculations. And I'll go into that in just a minute. If you look at your first sheet, second sheet on agenda item number 9, you will see the kind of facsimile for a cover for a reporting and procedures manuals. The EDC prepares 5 different manuals for 5 different types of institutions in the state of Texas who award nursing degrees. There's one for career schools, there's one for community and technical and state colleges, there's one for health-related institutions, there's one for independent colleges and universities, and there's one for public universities. We currently have codes that designate initial licensure students in 3 of those 5 manuals, and we presume that we'll need codes that designate an initial licensure student from any other type of nursing student in all 5 eventually, because we'll probably all have nursing programs approved to award nursing degrees in all 5 categories. But right now, we only have codes for 3 categories of institutions. How am I doing so far? All right. So if you look at the table of contents, which is the next page.
Are you going to tell us which 3 those are?
Yes.
Everybody's sitting here waiting to hear that.
Community colleges, health-related institutions, and public universities.
Okay. Well, that's what I thought, but, you know, I've been wrong before.
And then I just show you a table of context for the public universities category. We have instructions for different types of reports that an institution needs to submit. And the shaded ones have to do with calculating graduation rates. There's the student report, which is the infamous CBM01.
Which shaded one?
They're not shaded.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Put it on ours.
Well, I'm sorry that, I guess it didn't, it's very faint.
It's number 2?
Number 2.
Okay, that's the shaded.
Shaded 1. And on the next page, number 9, the graduation report. If we link student data records to the graduation report, we can determine what your graduation rate is for each year. The problem in the past has been that we've not been able to isolate adequately those students by the type of program they're enrolled in and the fact that they're isolating initial licensure students from RN to BSN students. But we have codes that need to be entered for each student record that would do that. And today, I know this is kind of wild.
You're doing good. We're still with you.
I'm so
We're
good.
still with you.
We want you to look at those codes, which represents different tracks in nursing, to determine whether they accurately represent the types of programs that students can be enrolled in each sector. So if you go to page what's labeled number 4, we'll start with the public universities. Right now, your registrar needs to code for each student that you've identified as being enrolled in a nursing program at the bachelor's level, well, in essence, the bachelor's level, yes, or associate level, or master's level, let me back up here, based on a specific program that they're in. They would code a student as number 10 if they're enrolled in an AD and a BSN program. They would code them as an 11 if they're in an associate degree program, entry level. A 12 if they're a baccalaureate program, and 13 really deals with UT Austin, which is their alternate entry master's program. Are there any other variations of types of programs that a student could be enrolled in that would need to be tracked for initial licensure calculation of graduation rates?
I assume you're going to talk about, you're going to discuss the formula as well, right? With this, or is Mr. Parker going to talk about that?
Well, no, not really.
Okay, because that's where it becomes, there are the differences within the differences. Okay. Some of us have 5 semesters for upper division, which means that 150% time, you lose one of those nice, and I'm from New Orleans where it says l'argent, you miss that lagniappe because you miss a whole semester in that count.
Okay.
So consequently, it could decrease your graduation rate because you don't have that extra semester that a 4-semester program has. And I know I've had this discussion, and we know we have to possibly do something else, but I think it does mean that the data as reported it's not saying the same thing if for instance, I'm a number 12 on the public institutions, but I'm not like the number 12 at this institution, but we're all lumped together. And it's hard to get that point across to the legislators, but it would help to make the faculty feel a little better.
Well, I think we've discussed this, and the board's policy is to give everyone 3 years to graduate a student from a program that traditionally would take 2 years.
See, ours is 2.5 without the
right
normal.
And if you choose to have a longer program, you know best about what your students need, but we're measuring a reasonable time to degree, and I don't think the board has had this issue before, and it chooses to have a standard measurement for completion. And I know that can penalize some programs, but again, I thought this out a little bit, and the thought I have is that if you're taking longer, you're doing that to improve retention and graduation rates. So if we gave you more beyond the 3 years, we'd actually be advantaging you in the process.
Well, I guess that's one way to look at it, but in a sense, there may be other reasons for this that were just part of the methodology for the program delivery. It's just that I think as the data are laid out, perhaps there should be a little tiny piece of writing there saying blank percentage of these programs use 2, maybe 5 semesters versus 4 semesters to complete their program. There should be just something there.
Do we know how many programs have 5 semesters? I know Eileen's program does.
Mine does.
Ours has 6, or even longer.
Well, we're really talking in months, actually, so I don't know how you're breaking it down.
22 months.
I'm sorry.
How many months, Chris?
Months, it's 36 months for a 2-year program.
What we're doing is advocating to our administration allow us to have more funds for summer school, so we can hopefully,
people through
until
quicker.
you make a decision to transition. But if you got good NCLEX results, you don't want to just throw that out, because that wouldn't be a good thing to do. But now that the value includes both indicators, then it does give, it's another report card. And it certainly, and my thing is, as long as it is not shown totally universally, I just think, Chris, the argument could go both ways. Truly we being penalized, but.
Well, and I think the committee has had this discussion before. I think the committee is sympathetic. I don't think there's anything that we can do, and I know that the staff has talked about it, and it's a decision that the board has made, so I think we're just kind of stuck. But I appreciate the fact, because if I had a program that had more, I would probably feel exactly the same way. So maybe a notation. Maybe we can talk about some kind of notation.
Since you said you cannot run it with 2 different reports, which, in my opinion, is that possible? Because it's programming the computer to be able to it's still the same statistical applications, but it's taking in consideration 2 samples. Ultimately, they are accomplishing the same programmatic outcomes or state outcomes, and that is to increase your graduation rates and also to maintain your high NCLEX rates, which we have to do.
Okay. Well, you bring up some good points here, but I think, what if we could focus on the codes, because the codes are going to be crucial for producing an accurate graduation rate.
Barbara, did you have a comment?
I just had a question about, are we doing anything about transfer students? Because they might be counted twice. If you're just coding.
In our methodology that we use, we did not allow for transfer students.
I know that. You just didn't count them right. But if you're relying now on this new reporting system where the schools are going to be reporting by a code, there's no way, like if they're admitted to school A and they transfer to school B,
they're both going to report them.
Mm-hmm. Right. Well, as admitted and dropped out, and then admitted and graduated.
I think we can weed out those types of students, can we not? Because they also receive a code as a transfer student.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So
I didn't know if there was.
We can clean up the data based on certain indicators.
But do they count? That's my question.
They come
Yeah,
from
do
a
they
private
count at
school.
all, or
They
you
don't
just
count.
They count for the school that they originally were admitted to, and they.
So they'll count against the school. They won't count in favor of the school. If I accept them in and they complete with me, I don't get any credit for them.
No.
You don't get any credit.
But the school who originally admitted them does get credit?
No.
Well, it counts against them.
Nobody gets credit.
Yeah.
It counts as
It counts against you.
counts as attrition.
Yes.
Are we talking about students who transfer having been admitted into
No.
Okay, so we're talking about start out, let's say, in a baccalaureate program
Yes.
as pre-nursing.
No,
No.
nursing.
No, once
This
they're
is all
through the
nursing.
program. So admitted into the nursing.
A nursing component.
They do the first year at school A and the second year at school B.
It's not that common. I think we ran data on that, did we not?
Common in the community colleges.
It's more common
Yeah,
in
it's
community.
much more common in community colleges. And if you have a small community college, then 2 students can make a big difference.
Yes.
Yeah.
Huge. Yeah.
Well, we had a conference last week, and I was one of the multi-institution, I can't remember, I think it was Lone Star, talked to me, and, they're being kind of close together. It's very easy for a student to start at one and finish another one. And actually, they had several students that finished at different ones, but they had one campus that was like 83%. And 1 or 2 students would have pushed them over the edge, that 85%. So she wasn't, that was her, I won't say complaint, but...
Concern. Her concern.
Yes, her concern.
I think we looked at Lone Star in particular because they have 4 schools in North Harris area.
My understanding is they're going to combine.
They all combine. Sci-Fair, Lone.
Did they combine into one big program?
Separately.
They haven't yet,
But they're
thinking about it.
Always report separately?
Well, that's what they're saying. They may be
They
deciding.
report. They're all independent right now because they all have different curriculums and everything.
I think they're rethinking that.
Oh, yeah.
Isn't that interesting? I tried to convince them of that a long, long time ago.
That doesn't help the rest of us.
But go ahead, Chris.
Was a nurse.
Chris, I wanted to ask a question about your definition, the definition ADN to BSN, but you don't have the ADN to MSN. Is that not an interest? Because we have several RN to MSN programs where they're an ADN and they come out with a master's.
Really?
Yeah.
But that's not it. Well,
They have
They already
licensure
have a
already.
license. Yeah, when I saw ADN to BSN, they're already...
so you think there should be some designation for a
We're trying to increase those programs, so eventually we'll have more of those than we will the ADN to BSN.
Are we trying to isolate initial licensure
We are,
students?
but we could, if there are variations that we need codes for, we could.
But they're already licensed.
10 shouldn't be a code then.
And so it's
Yeah.
10. Code.
Why would
The
10
code.
be?
Yeah. Code, it's not initial.
Because they already have, they won't be a new nurse. They won't be a new nurse to the population. They're already an RN.
Oh, are you talking about the health-related only?
No, there are lots of those programs.
There's a lot of ADN to MSN.
ADN to MSN.
Yes.
That needs to be
But
added
if you only
as a
want
code.
initial licensure, they're not initial.
But if you only want initial licensure,
Then 10 shouldn't be there.
Take 10 out.
Take 10 out.
But your registrars have to report on it, since we do.
But don't
it
count it
now.
as projections.
we get that information through our NEPIS.
Yeah.
You, though, are trying to ascertain initial licensure, right?
Right. We want to isolate those who don't apply to initial licensure and isolate those who
Code them so you can.
are in a program leading to initial licensure. And we're listing variations on that here for the registrar to use to identify those certain students who are in those specific tracks. So if we have an ADN to MSN track, we might need a code for that, but it doesn't necessarily affect our calculation of graduation rates because they're not initial licensure.
But it does affect the Texas team plan of moving people to BSN education, and we have to have some way of looking at that data over long term.
And if you could do it with RN to BSN and RN to MSN, that would be, I think that's 2 different populations we want to know about.
Okay. For the public universities, let's see, who's here on private?
So you're saying instead of ADN, say RN?
Well, that's what we say.
That's what we say too.
RN to BSN.
To BSN.
And RN to
MSN.
I mean, it typically is an ADN.
Because they're required to be licensed.
Right,
We
right.
have
They must be licensed.
diploma programs, it could be.
There's
Right.
One left. Let's
So it
write in
should
our-
be the GIP too.
It should be RN.
Try to track those ADNs to graduates because it helps in.
Are there any variations that we know about at independent universities that might be different from what's available at a public university in terms of RN to MSN, RN to BSN, associate level, baccalaureate
I think the
level.
private universities have essentially the same thing we do, TCU, Baylor, wherever else.
I have a question. Since we're going to take the ABN then why would we take LVN?
That's true. We have that.
That's
and a
initial
number of schools
licensure.
do.
Yeah,
LVN to
that's a good
BSN,
point. That's a good point.
which we count.
Does anybody have an LVN to MSN? Right.
That's down at the.
But that's going to be in the community colleges.
You know, it seems to me like I heard about one of those, but I can't remember where it was.
I thought Corpus had one. Bunny's not here, but
They had an LVN to BSN, I know for certain.
Maybe that was
I knew they had that, but somehow I thought they also had.
State, and it's
Did they have
part
an
of the
LVN?
grant.
No, this is to MSN.
Oh, MSN, oh, LVN.
Seems like
I
I'm.
thought I heard it, but I can't.
Yeah, I can't either.
But
Eileen,
if we think down the road
I was
someone's
just
going to
wondering
do
about-
it, shouldn't we code it
UT
now?
Health Science Center in San Antonio has a
Yeah.
career ladder.
I mean,
Well, I mean,
better to put a code on it now and not use it, but the code's there.
Yeah. But they could also continue and go on their, get on.
But that'd be an initial licensure program that you all would know about, and so
But there is
Somehow.
yeah. So there must not. Maybe just Corpus talked about it.
no. That's
We'll leave it out unless someone. If there is one, it's one.
But I'm pleased you're adding the LVN to BSN, because that did create a problem for us too, because they completed in 4 semesters, but they're such a small group, so we were really caught between how to report this.
Community colleges, we asked the registrars to identify those students in vocational nursing. LVN to ADN, we have a track paramedic to ADN, and sort of the generic program that leads to the associate degree.
I think you need allied health to ADN.
Yes, Allied Health to ADN.
Allied health to ADN.
Austin Community College has more than.
And replace the paramedic?
No,
ADN?
in addition, I think you just need an additional code. Paramedic, it depends on how it's classified. Some don't classify it as allied health. It just depends.
Are there any
Just say
other
EMT.
initial providers besides LVN and paramedics that anybody has a program related to?
I'm getting ready to go before coordinating board and everyone to change my bridge program to be an allied health to
That would
ADN.
include LVN or EMT?
Or
think Austin Community
respiratory,
College
or respiratory therapy or surge techs.
Yeah, ACC has that, ACC's program is like that. It's
Oh, is it?
So you just have all of them.
How long a program is that?
I don't know yet. I'm working on it. I don't know yet. I'm working on it.
Obviously, we have the right person on this committee, because since this is cutting-edge educational tracks here, so allied health to ADN.
What about your PTs? Are they
ACC's program.
I'm not sure PTs can fit it. Because with the criteria and guidelines, I don't think they're going to be able to do it. Because they're not going to have enough clinical to do. And bedside clinical.
Anything else besides those 4, 1, 5, we can count Jones?
You will be sending this to the registrars, or should we alert them? Because I know ours is
What is
going
your
to get
standard
excited.
phrase?
Make the registrar your new best friend.
Oh, yes.
Here's my best friend.
Make the registrar your new best friend.
Institutional research.
And Doug is your second new best friend.
No, sometimes I think he's your number 1
Fine,
and the
and the
registrar's
registrar's
number 2.
So you're going to have 2 separate codes that go to those places, right?
To what places?
Like, only the public universities will receive their list of codes, and only the community colleges will receive their list.
Because each of the institutional reporting representatives has their Bible, which is the procedures manual.
Because you have,
There's overlap.
Yeah.
We just want to be as inclusive as possible based on what sector, you represent in nursing education. And then for the health-related institutions, it's probably simple. We just have not licensed. So if you're licensed, we don't count you, and if you're not licensed, we count you.
We're getting ready. We're a health-related institution, and we're getting ready to do an LVN to BSN. So
LVN.
We're waiting to hear from the Board of Nursing. No pressure there, but.
So you think we need to expand it so it looks more like the
and UT San Antonio has an LVN to BSN.
LVN to BSN.
Don't they? UT San
They
Antonio.
do.
They've
I think
had
they,
one.
they still have it on their dockets.
Yeah, that's
I
going
just
on
had the
hold.
conversation with them, but I don't think they.
Oh, they don't have it right now?
Yeah, I think they admitted their last cohort.
That's what I.
So maybe we're going to be the only ones. Does UT?
Oh, that's right. It's the Health Science Center.
Corpus but they're a public institution.
UTMB, what do they have? And UT
Have one?
Houston.
Yeah, it's a really rewarding group. They are just. I think they are always. It's a worthwhile.
Health-related institution is. Health-related institution
is like Texas Tech Health Science Center.
The Health Science Center.
Okay.
The Health Science Center.
About the independent institutions.
Independent, are we aware of any unique tracks at independent institutions? I think someone said that they thought they were the same as the public universities.
They have to meet the board.
Chris, what about the schools that may be offering their licensed, other health professions licensed people getting like their baccalaureate?
Like what Joan was mentioning, or?
Yeah, well, I don't know if you'd be considered allied health, such as the chiropractors getting their BSN degrees.
That's not
That's
going
what
to
the-
continue.
Huh?
It's going away.
Yeah, but, I mean, it's just an example of it.
I think the only,
Doctors in that country.
Yeah, they'd be like second degrees, because they would already have a...
But there'll be initial licensure RNs.
Count them. If you're in an accelerated track, you're
Right,
counted.
but that's an initial licensure, isn't it?
So,
They'd be considered.
That's initial licensure baccalaureate level.
so you're not going to break them out, just initial licensure.
could you
is
put them in
initial
allied
licensure.
health?
They're nursing. They're nursing.
No, allied health to nursing.
Allied Health to BSN?
I don't know.
Is that what you're...
I don't know. I just
No,
because
that
there is
is...
a program that's it may be going away, but it's in existence right now.
So we have a school right now that has that program?
Yeah, but it's not
It's-
going to be.
It's going to be
Go away.
non-functional?
No.
That's a proprietary school.
No.
No, it's a public
Public
university.
school that admitted chiropractors and to nurse practitioners.
Ooh.
Oh.
Oh, what
They all said it at the same time.
I'm sorry, Sadie.
What's that Mid-America program? Through
Patty Hanks.
Patty Hanks Shaw had a program for a brief time,
Oh.
and it's not going to continue.
Anything else you can think of in terms of different ways of classifying initial licensure students or people who are not initial licensure students but are in the nursing education program?
So basically, for the public universities, we changed ADN to BSN to RN to BSN and added RN to MSN and LVN to BSN. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then for community, and we're recommending that these be considered. And then in community colleges, we added allied health to ADN.
Repeat the ones for university.
We changed the ADN to BSN to RN to BSN, and then added RN to MSN and LVN to BSN. Is that correct?
So
Those
this is
were our
about
suggestions.
ADN to MSN, is that
I
right?
had ADN to BSN, ADN to MSN, and RN to BSN.
No, we changed all the we don't have any ADN. We have RN to BSN, RN to MSN,
LVN to
LVN to BSN.
You know what's so interesting, though, now that you've said it out loud, is if the registrars are completing this, these students are not RNs.
Oh, you're right. They just pull up, yeah.
Okay.
No
So
problem.
I think that's,
No, the ADNs, they are.
Oh, there's no way for them to know?
The registrar is not going to know they're RNs already.
No, but let me just give an example. In our institutions, we have already coded them, so we can track them. So when it's time for the registrar to count, she goes to our internal code, because every student, and I would assume in your institution the same
They
way.
can't be admitted.
We have our inside codes that track a student all the way through the curriculum.
We did too.
Because they have to generate this data for all kinds of other reports. So now they will just add, and they already have these codes for the
okay,
coordinating.
so the code, the CB, whatever, is really,
It's part of an internal system, so they could identify these
Okay.
individuals.
and so the RN to BSN references, who needs that? The coordinating board?
But also internally we need it. Like in our institution, it has a code NURN. So she knows that the program of study for this student is the RN to BSN program. And the student is coded when the student is admitted. So this will just help to make it clear, I think, because now they'll be able to match it, our internal codes, with the coordinating board's code.
What the registrar couldn't do is identify whether this person had an ADN or a diploma. All they know is that they're in an RN to BSN program. But they don't necessarily know what the basic degree was.
So is that changing now?
No, so this would be better, the RN. I think keeping it RN to BSN is better.
Well, thank you for that feedback.
You're welcome. Be careful what you ask for.
And you did a great job of explaining it, and we understood it. Thank you very much, and thank you, Doug, for coming. And if we've messed anything up, then you can come to our next meeting and tell us how we've messed it up.
Thank you. At what point will our registrars
get this information? With the new manual?
Okay, so it's Emma.
Oh, I will. You have your calendar?
I'm freezing.
Okay, that takes us to item 10, which are future meeting dates for ACORN. And we've talked a little bit, our subcommittee chairmans talked yesterday, and then the new committee members talked a little bit this morning. And now Chris actually has calendars for each one of you, so we can make our decision about, and you can circle your calendar and have your ACORN calendar ready to go.
Leanne, you know there's a beautiful software that's free for meeting of the mind.
Oh, really?
Yes. And AACN uses it, and NLN and a few others. And it's free. I used it the other day, and you can get to see what everybody is saying, and it does a tally.
I'm sure it's in there.
It's wonderful. I'm going to try to start using it, because even internally.
Yes, trying to schedule
I'll try
a
to
meeting.
bring it.
My secretary, I feel bad for her.
It's called meeting doodle. It's called meeting. No, it's something else.
That's free as well.
It's setting the meeting agenda, and it just works beautiful, especially if you're doing something across the country.
One other little housekeeping note. Everyone got a copy of the roster, and if there are any errors on the roster, if we have your wrong email, your wrong phone, if you would just see Chris after the meeting, or Elizabeth, and make sure that we have all the right information so we can contact you. Okay, our first Our next meeting will be either October 23rd or November 6th, and at that meeting, we'll be having special reports from the Retention Subcommittee and the Capacity Subcommittee. And Chris will bring us back information. She'll either bring us back information or she may send us information if we have something available before that regarding any further work we need to do on the curriculum model. And if you are interested in working on the curriculum model, if we go forward, if you'll let Betty, okay, I already have Yvonne and Betty. Anyone else? And Joy.
And
okay.
Joan.
And Joan.
You know, one of the things I was just thinking about, I didn't hear anybody that wanted to be on our subcommittee.
Oh, yeah, graduation retention.
I had said I did.
Oh, good.
Thank you. And I'd also do the research one.
Maybe I should choose. We're going to pick one. I'm not done with that.
Don't make me look bad with Beth by not signing up for research.
Well, I'm on research. I signed up for research.
I'm signing up.
Is that you?
No, that's Beth Mancini.
Right, and we don't have the 30th.
No, just research. I know my areas.
Oh, okay.
Yes, for retention, I have Susie, Judy, and Leonard.
It's okay. Great.
And for capacity, Esperanza, Joan, and Leonard. Research, I have Betty. Is there anyone else that's interested in research? Oh, Susie. Okay. And excellence is Veronica, Joy, Yvonne, and Esperanza. Judy, have you thought about?
Retention.
Retention,
That's what she
okay.
said. But I mean, if
Oh,
you
yes,
want to
there
put
you
me on
are.
Excellence, that's fine, because I'm really interested in that student.
Oh, you want to do excellence also? Okay. You're always welcome to
Let me get
attend.
started
Okay,
first.
okay. See, I know what a worker she is.
Am I on both excellence?
Oh, I didn't know that.
Curriculum,
Curriculum is just tentative because we don't know. Yes, but I do.
The committee.
Yes, it's a task force.
Innovation. It's going to be the funding.
That'll be good.
And then for curriculum task force, if we go forward with anything, would be Joy, Joan, Yvonne, Betty, and myself.
And me.
And Barbara. That's right, because Barbara and I
Jan
talked
Hooper.
about that yesterday.
Jen Hooper.
And Jan Hooper. And Donna is going to be our staff person. Did somebody tell you that?
She missed the meeting yesterday.
When I asked about that, immediately Elizabeth and Chris cried, Donna! I did not say anything.
Well, she's putting that everybody's course syllabi on the web.
We're going to crash the internet by the time everybody's so
With the budget.
Okay, October 23rd. Do we have people who have preferences between October 23rd and November 6th? Is there anyone who,
I can't make the 23rd because it's a board meeting.
okay, then let's choose November 6th unless there's an issue. All right, November 6th. January 22nd or February 5th? Is there another board meeting?
Yes, on the...
January 22nd? Okay, so that's February 5th.
When is Deans and Directors?
I try to look on the website.
It's always
and
in
it's not up,
February.
so-
First week in February.
Yeah, it usually is.
Yeah.
They've already set the dates, because she sent out a
The October one I have.
October 3rd.
October 3rd, so it should be that first weekend in February,
So probably the 5th.
which would be the 5th. Would
The
be
5th
Deans
and the 6th.
Would be Deans and Directors.
5th and 6th. Would be it's always on a Friday. Oh, I'm sorry. It's always, would be the 5th. Which would be the same day.
You want to go to the next Friday, which
I
would be
think
the 12th?
The 12th.
Oh, yeah, but the 12th. Is
that the 12th of February?
It's President's Day or something?
Susie has to do
Yeah, it's in the Monday.
That's Monday.
February.
President's Day is on a
Monday,
Monday.
right.
Okay.
February 12th is Lincoln's actual birthday, but
Right.
now, unless you want to do a different day of the week.
No.
No, Friday is, I'm sorry? Well, they seem to think that deans and directors.
That would affect a bunch of us.
And do we know who the chair of deans and directors? Leonard, do you know who the chair is?
Not yet, they're still trying to figure out.
Wasn't
who
it
it's gonna
Heidi,
be?
but now it's not? I mean, because
Well, it was Heidi, and then when she stepped down,
But the dates were set
it
up.
went to me, but I can't handle it.
Since this is your first year.
My first year
Right.
just being
Seems
involved.
reasonable.
So we're trying to figure out who's
Totems
going
at
to.
night.
So if any communication can still come to me,
Okay.
and I'll make sure it
I
goes
was
to the
just trying,
person
we were
that.
Do you have any idea if
I
they've
know.
set the spring date?
Would be nice to have to come.
No, I don't recall right
Come
offhand.
once and two in a row.
Is there anyone we can ask?
Maybe Heidi.
Or we could possibly call Paulette Burns at Texas Christian. She
And I
may
think,
know.
and Paulette's actually the one that's helping me try to figure out who's
Okay,
stepping
she's
to
helping you? Okay.
who's going to take over.
So,
All right.
why don't you contact
Where is she at? I'm sorry.
TCU?
Christian,
Okay.
Bonnie Higgins might know.
Bonnie, are you there?
You know who else will know is Suzanne Frazier, because she's the treasurer.
Oh, you know who? Sally.
Sally Durand?
Sally Durant, because of when Toten's going to meet. She would also know because Toboggan's the day before too.
Yeah.
So Sally might know.
Okay.
Yeah.
I will call all of them.
Okay.
If we can get an answer.
And if you don't get an answer,
We'll stay tentative.
Okay.
Can people live with tentative the 5th or the 12th until we find out
Yes.
about deans and directors?
Right.
If deans and directors is not the 5th, we'll meet then. If not, then the 12th. Okay? And that will be research and excellence. Then April 23rd or May 7th.
Same issue.
April 23rd, so we're
No,
May
yeah,
May 7th. Okay. We avoided the coordinating board.
So close to
Finals.
finals.
That's finals and graduation.
Yeah.
April 30th?
And so being gone one day is going to cause your
Oh,
finals.
it's a
And
problem.
oh, but
If
graduation
they're
is.
checking, if they're doing, yeah.
you're not going to have graduation on the 7th of May.
Yes, it's early.
Really? That's a board
It's a
meeting.
coordinating board meeting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know, but it's right after.
It's the day after. Do you think that would not be a problem? We were trying to think of you all.
It's not a problem for Donna.
Why is that a problem? You mean like the first?
No, April 30th. Okay. I think that would be difficult.
A lot of work.
Yeah, it's difficult. You got all this stuff.
To work. I can get back to
Paper.
Well, the 12th would be really bad,
Yes. Yeah, that's.
because that would really be graduation.
Oh, yeah, it's just so much dealing with those graduates at the end.
How about the 16th?
You're still going to have
When
some
is-
people probably having
Yeah, when
graduation.
is,
She's talking
April.
April.
Oh, April. Oh,
When is Easter or whatever?
Oh,
Spring.
That puts them awfully close together.
I mean, it doesn't matter to me.
I have
you're
no
right.
idea.
It does. That's very close to the February meeting.
Looks like we end up February 12th and then
Yeah,
April
that's
16th
true.
is close.
Yeah.
7th?
May 21st?
Or maybe May 7th, one day.
Yeah.
I don't think it's that.
I mean, if you don't have a.
yeah.
See, that could be my graduation.
April or May 7th?
We graduate before the semester begins.
Do you know?
Before the semester ends. No, the college hasn't posted it yet.
Really?
Will it be different this year? Are you starting later in the fall?
No, that's why I'm.
Ours could be that early, too.
Yeah, typically that's the week.
I think when you get into May, you have to almost use the latter part of May.
What about the
It's
21st?
hard to move.
May 21st.
Okay with me.
May
That's
21st?
something
Is
that day.
Memorial Day though like the 24th this year or?
I have something.
It's 2010.
I don't know.
That should be the Memorial Day, maybe the 24th.
It's Esperanza says it's the 31st.
It's the 5th? Oh,
It's May 21st.
I said May 21st.
May 21st?
is okay.
Thursday. Let's see what I have. Ooh.
Going once, going
That's
twice?
the Board
May
of
21st?
Regents. That's the Board of Regents for Texas A&M University System.
Well, we are going to have a meeting
Yeah, I
one
know.
of those
On the
times.
21st.
I say let's stay with the 7th.
The 7th?
Okay. May 7th.
Okay, how many people want May 7th.
Sure.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
I don't care.
No,
So.
you don't count.
I don't care. I have to be here regardless.
May 7th is 8. How many people want the 12th? Oh, no, the 21st, sorry.
That's
1,
it.
2.
Okay.
Okay, it's going to be the 7th.
Okay.
Hello? And since the college hasn't posted it, you tell them
I'll
they
tell
can't
them
do
they
it on the
can't do it.
7th.
Or they
They'll
have to
just-
do it at night, that I can make it back.
Right. Or they can do it Thursday night before.
You're right.
Okay, then the very last one for us to choose would be July 23rd or August 6th. No, board meeting the 23rd? Okay. So August 6th,
What's going on there?
and that will be research and excellence.
That's 2010. Yeah.
Quick question.
Yeah.
For those of
Not
us
in the right
who our
year.
term expires in July,
You still have to come in August.
is that still, I mean, is that still the, would that still be the August meeting for us?
You have to talk to
Yeah.
Okay.
It takes a while to
believe me, but-
turn
Okay,
over.
no, that's fine. Just wanted to make sure.
You have to go 4 times.
Okay.
You're forced to. And then we let you go.
That'll work.
Okay, so our meetings will be November 6th, February 5th, May 7th, and August 6th. Is that correct?
I thought February was still iffy.
It is still.
Oh, yes, it is. Thank you, Barbara. 5th or the 12th, depending on deans and directors. We have it tentatively set for the 5th, but we'll move it to the 12th when Elizabeth finds out when deans and directors is. Okay, so we got agenda item number 10.
Okay.
Now, number 11, we know we're going to have retention and capacity focus reports. Are there other agenda items that we need to put on? Do we need to put Delsey back on? Do we need to talk more about Delsey?
I'd be happy.
Kind of an update on Delsey?
November 6th, right? That's what she's talking about.
I'm sorry?
Retention and capacity.
On no,
Retention and
capacity will, those subcommittees will give us extensive reports, and research and excellence can give us abbreviated reports if they feel the need.
Chris, if the committee needs to review recommendations from research, does that need to be scheduled the next time, or is it okay to wait since the January?
Say that again?
If research is going to make some more recommendations on the grant themes.
Yes,
is
you
that
can still
what should be?
report, just make it quick. And emphasize that to Beth.
Brief.
No, if you guys need time, obviously this is just a way to help us focus a little bit, but if there's some burning issue the subcommittee has, it isn't like, oh, it's not your time to report. Anyone think of anything besides Delsey's? I don't know if they want to give us any feedback on the graduation reporting by that time. Ed may want to come and talk to us about, I don't know, if he might need to come and talk to us about anything about the monies then. We'll see. Okay, well, if you think of another item that you think needs to be put on the agenda, let Chris or Elizabeth know. It's just about 2:50, not quite 2:50, 2:45. My watch says 2:50, but I'm dead. Yes, Joy.
I have a question, and I'm probably out of order, but I'm new on this, so I don't know any better.
It's all right.
Is there any sort of thought about, for our mobility programs, that the RN from an accredited school, I mean, or you pass the licensing exam and you're a graduate of an accredited school, is there any sort of consideration that that might be worth X number of semester hours of credit as a general rule?
Actually, we have
We do that.
We do it.
Well, but you're not supposed to be doing that.
Okay, we have written down that Pat and Susie.
I told you I'd be out of order.
The reason is because when the field study, I don't know if you're familiar with the field study.
Yes.
For nursing was developed.
Yes, we do.
Extensive discussion about that, and our general counsel at the time, she's no longer here, said that you cannot just give block credit. You have to actually transcribe.
Right.
Course
We do that.
Yeah,
Right.
Well, you can transcribe courses. Can you say if you pass the NCLEX RN and you came out of an accredited program, then if we transcribe courses,
the courses that make up the 30 hours.
right?
About
That's what you have to do.
15 years ago, I guess, TNA brought together a group of probably y'all, or us, it wasn't me, but somebody, and negotiated that. And so I have to admit, it was, I'm sure that we
Articulation. We had an articulation
TNA
model that dealt with both
articulation
LVN and ADN to BSN.
Right.
Right, but that's what I'm saying, that our general counsel said you can't just give block credit for
Right.
like 30 hours. You have to actually say what the credit is that
Right.
you're giving, so the courses that
Do a
you take,
crosswalk.
they count. You can still accept the credit, but you can't just say 30 hours.
Right.
Oh,
You
okay.
have to say what the 30 hours consists of.
Okay.
What you're looking for is some kind of parameter of generally what schools give after they've analyzed. Generally, you're not going to give 50 hours worth of nursing credit to a student that has an ADN. In general, you're going to give around 30 hours, but you're going to give credit for 2504 and 2435 and whatever. You have to have some specific courses, but in general, it's around 30 hours.
Okay, thanks.
Is that helpful?
Yeah.
But not just putting that, the 30 hours, but actually stating what the courses were.
What if the course numbers show different semester hours?
I think that's the challenge.
Well, if you just have it written in your articulation agreement with the university you're going to, it's kind of all taken care of when they do the transcribing over.
And isn't it all right if the semester credit hours that you have in one course exceeds what it equates to in another place?
You can often choose the courses that are going to compose 30 hours. When we developed our LVN to ADN, we chose the courses that we would give RN credit for based on that we were going to get 12 hours of credit. So the courses that we chose added up to 12 hours.
But at some point, you'll have to look at probably the major features into your program to determine which of the courses you'll accept and what they are.
Thank you very much.
So hopefully that helps you. This is the time that we have for public comment. If there's anyone there's no one in the room to give public comment. If there is anyone listening on the phone, we would be happy to hear any public comment that you have. Hearing no public comment, then our meeting will be adjourned, and we will look forward to seeing you all in October. Thank you very much.
Thank you.